server. Are you all set?
We're live, yes.
We're live, all right. Welcome everybody to the October 14th meeting of the Expanded Budget Committee of the Tompkins County Legislature, planning for and considering the 2021 budget. This is our last meeting of presentations. We've had a lot of hours of conversation with our department heads and our administration, and we appreciate everybody's investment in that time and in the learning that's gone on. On Monday at 4:30, we will start our voting session. And so I'm just going to lay out a couple things here. Kevin McGuire is the keeper of the OTRs. I think people have been pretty good about sending Kevin and copying the rest of us the OTRs that are being proposed so that everybody can keep up to date and talk to each other about them and get more information as things go along. So between now and Monday, I'll work with Kevin and Jason and plan a strategy for how we're going to take, in what order we'll take those on. And so we will we'll try to send that order out as soon as we have it. We, of course, don't ever know how fast things will go. It's possible we will get to all of them in the first voting meeting. So if you have something on the list, something that you want to know about, try to be prepared for it Monday in case we actually get through the list and get to all of them by Monday. So with that, and I'll just say one other thing, which is that whoever's in the meeting on Monday and also on Wednesday, Thursday is our other voting meeting, the majority of whoever's in the meeting will carry a vote, and then whatever that goes into the tentative budget that then we would take to public hearing, et cetera. So that's we don't operate as just the budget committee. At that point, we would be operating with whatever the majority is. So all right, are there any questions first on those kind of topics? Deborah.
So the expanded budget committee doesn't have a quorum that it has to meet in order to vote?
I think three.
Wow.
3 is the budget meeting, is the quorum for the budget committee. Kathy Covert has something better.
I believe I would have to check the rules, but I believe you need quorum to hold an expanded budget meeting for the voting sessions, but it's a majority of those present for anything to pass.
So quorum would be 8?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Kathy.
I would probably want to double check that, but I'm pretty sure.
All right. I always kind of wondered about that. But if, for example, we have not 14, but 10 legislators in that meeting, when the vote happens, 6 votes would carry a motion.
Correct.
Okay.
So there's an incentive to attend.
That's an incentive to attend. Absolutely. Mike Lane.
Also a reminder that since these are amendments already, we only can have one additional change to the amendment. You have an amendment for the amendment. Right.
So for example, if somebody moves, to double Jason's salary on a target basis, and somebody says, well, okay, but one time, and we can vote on that. If instead somebody says, wait a minute, I want to triple it. Is that what you're saying, Jason? Triple it, then that doesn't work. You have to kind of start over with a new motion. We can.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
You can always have a different motion.
Right. And just as a matter of kind of going through these things, that option of one time versus target is a way to kind of to help your colleagues if you think there's some support, but maybe not for target, going to one time as other option, or vice versa. So as we go through this, it's useful to read the room on when you are proposing something and see if there's a way to reach higher consensus on any particular amendment. And we say amendment because it's not necessarily adding something. That you could be taking something out of the budget and the baseline is Jason's proposal. So what we're doing is we're considering changes to whatever Jason has proposed. And that could be, as we've seen in the past, even things like the estimate for the sales tax revenue, for example. So, all right. Kevin or Jason, if you have anything to add on those kind of process issues?
Only thing I would add is one, for this meeting today, the History Center is going to present. I have some information that I can share with my screen. I think I sent a note out to the legislature prior to the budget being released that with this proposed budget, we are proposing that the History Center take on an operational role in the facility, more, in terms of a more formal role. So there's a change. You'll see some swings and changes of the budget, both from the History Center as well as the Tompkins Center for History and Culture, which is under our budget. So I'll have something to add to the conversation that Ben will have. On a bigger scale is I'll probably complete a memo by the end of the week and send it to the legislature on Friday. There have been, there's some pieces of the budget that are proposed to, that have been removed from target and that have been put in as one time with the expectation that it would be filtered in over time. So there are a few other pieces, I think, of analysis that I'll try to pull together and just kind of as a closing budget memo to the legislature to consider prior to you voting. So I'll send that out on Friday for you to have to read and take in over the weekend.
All right, thank you very much. Kevin, anything from you? Behind the
Nope.
screen.
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, though.
All right. Thank
Kathy.
you for
Kathy has her hand up.
Kathy, go ahead.
I just want to confirm what I said earlier. In the rules of the legislature, it does state that a quorum shall consist of a majority of the whole legislature and decisions shall be made by a majority of those in attendance at any given meeting. And that's for expanded budget, the expanded budget committee only.
Okay, so quorum of EBC is 8. Okay, we haven't had a problem with that. We're getting that quorum lately. All right, with that, if there are no questions or additions, let us start with planning and sustainability and the tourism program. See Megan, and there's Katie. Hi, Katie. Welcome.
Hi there. Great. Hi, everybody. Good to see folks. I will share my screen with the PowerPoint.
While we're doing that, DPS is on page 147 in section, and tourism is on 195.
Great. Can everyone see the slides?
Looks good.
Okay. Excellent. Let me see. So this is the overview of our budget. As you can see, we got a reduction of about almost 16% from 2020 to 2021. And as usual, our budget is less straightforward than it perhaps could be due to multi-year grants and reappropriating funds. It always gets a little confusing comparing apples to apples year to year because of those grant funds. In the 2021 total recommended budget, just want to point out that does achieve the 12% reduction established for departments, as well as includes 3 of our OTRs for a net reduction in target funding of $14,000. Why isn't that moving forward? Sorry, I'm trying to move the slide forward. There we go. All right, so full-time equivalents.
Whoops.
Did I move it?
You're back at the first page with the side of the small
Okay.
showing as well.
Oh, alrighty.
Can you get to presentation mode?
Yes. Is that presentation mode?
No.
All right, let me, sorry about that.
Sorry, what, is it under present online?
I think what I did was, here, is this working?
It's a little funny. I don't know what's going on, but why don't you go ahead and see it?
Okay, this is where it says use presenter view. Want to check it right at the top center.
Sorry, what? I didn't hear you.
It's
I'm going to start this. I'll just reshare it. How about that?
Okay.
Sorry about
Jason,
this.
Jason, what's the tip? What's the magic button people should look for? You're
I
muted.
think that might
Katie, do you have 2 screens or 1?
Two, that's what the
All
problem
right,
is.
so
I
when you
think.
go to hit the PowerPoint and you hit, the play button so that you can use it, it may pop up on a second screen. If it pops up on your second screen, then you have to, when you go to share it, you have to look for the second screen, and then it'll shift over. Your share will shift over to that screen.
Oh, okay. What are you seeing right now?
I see you. I see
Right.
everybody.
We're not
Great.
seeing any slides yet.
Okay.
You're doing
I'm
great.
sorry, everybody.
Jason, I think this is the topic for the next department head meeting.
Yeah. I
No,
mean,
everybody has this problem.
we still talk with our mute on too. So
full screen.
Not to worry, they had to postpone the Supreme Court hearings today for half an hour because of technical problems with their Zooming.
if Kevin has it, he can upload it for you. Kevin, do you have this?
I can get to it.
I emailed it to him.
Well, we have Kev put it up and we'll walk you through it.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Clearly, you don't want to put me in charge of all the technology issues for the, don't worry about Kevin's taking care of.
Really, everybody goes through this, Katie. It's all right.
All right, good. Just loosening up the crowd so you feel pity for me.
Good. So for people watching online, we're actually here. We're just not talking yet. So we're not, it's not that we're muted. All right, there we go. All right.
Great. So, hi, everybody. Good to see you. Let's see, Kevin, we can go to the next slide. Or can I run the slides? No, you'll run the slide. All right, so we did that one already. All right, so the full-time equivalents, that's given the amount of our budget that supports staff time. I'm sure you've heard this from other departments, but the only way we could achieve our 12% reduction was to reduce the staff hours. You can see we're looking at a reduction of nearly 1 full-time equivalent. That comes from 2 places. Moving funding to ITS for the GIS consolidation OTR, which I think you've heard about from other departments at this point. And also hours reduction among our staff equaling about a half full-time equivalent. One thing I want to note so everyone understands is we do have some extra grant money through the Clean Energy Communities grant, that 3-year grant that we had for the Business Energy Advisors program and our Green Fleet program. We had some cost savings over the course of the 3-year grant, and we did have some one-time money available to cover that half-time FTE hours reductions amongst our planning staff for 2021 only. So we're able to keep everyone at their full hours, except for our GIS position, which will be moving over to ITS for 2021. But then in 2022 is where we would see the kind of pain of that reduction amongst our staff. You can go to the next slide, please, Kevin. In terms of over target requests, we have the 3 of them that were recommended by Jason in his budget. The first one is membership dues for the Southern Tier 8 Regional Board. So you might recall we rejoined that regional board in 2018 for a 3-year period. And it was using one-time money that the legislature approved. We did an evaluation of our participation in that board, and we're recommending bringing it into target funding, just establishing the clear intention of long-term membership in this board. I do think it's a valuable use of both time and resources. The county thus far has paid $30,000 in membership dues, and organizations within Tompkins County have received over $800,000 in grant funds, or for every dollar invested, it's $27 in grant funding to entities in our community. Grant recipients have included the Alcohol and Drug Council of Tompkins County, Groundswell Center for Local Food and Farming, the Town of Newfield, Cooperative Extension of Tompkins County, and AFCU's Alternatives Impact. The other OTR, OTR number 11, is Municipal Housing Affordability and Infrastructure Fund. We're asking for one-time funding for $15,000 for that program. We think it's an important program to continue to encourage collaboration and partnership between the county and our municipal governments, and to continue to enhance the capacity of the municipalities to apply for state and federal funding related to housing affordability and infrastructure improvements. Similarly to the Southern Tier 8 program I just talked about, I think this program also has demonstrated a good return on investment. The Village of Dryden, for $5,000 that the county was able to provide to the village, they hired a grant consultant and wound up attracting $500,000 in community development block grant funding in March of 2020 to provide rehab assistance for low-income homeowners in the village. Another example is the town of Lansing. The program provided $10,000 for them to do a traffic study. And while we haven't seen the return on investment yet, the first phase of development that this traffic study was supporting a second phase of development. The first phase received almost $16 million in state and federal funds. And the hope is that this traffic study will allow a second phase to move forward that would also attract significant external investment. In 2020, the budget was approved for this program as a 3-year OTR at $50,000 a year. This year, we're just requesting $15,000 in the hope to keep it moving forward. We recognize it's a difficult budget year, but we were hoping that we could still fund from 1 to 3 of these projects moving forward to keep momentum going with the program. The last one, I believe you probably have talked about already, but it's basically moving our GIS analyst over to ITS to better utilize that resource and better serve the needs of the county. The one that is not included in the recommended budget, as usual, we have been kind of just presenting the legislature's advisory board request directly to the legislature, so you can make a determination on that. The EMC is requesting $1,000. Their climate adaptation committee would like to work closely with recycling and materials management to provide information to remind residents and small businesses which household and commercial materials pose hazards in a flood situation, giving them advice on how to properly store materials, and also helping them to participate in current programs run by recycling and materials management around household hazardous waste reduction. And then we've got the tourism program, and Nick is going to be speaking to you about the one slide of the tourism program.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. So yeah, the slide is pretty simple. I'll just kind of talk through how we arrived at some of these numbers and what's contained in here. So the work on this budget really started in the spring, and as was led by the Strategic Tourism Planning Board Budget Committee, and was going on straight through the end of August, right up until the final minutes before this was handed over to the county. So it's been a long process, I think, to get to 2021 budget with so much uncertainty in the tourism sector ahead of us. So I'm going to first look at the revenue forecast and then switch over to expenses. And then I would also refer you to a few other pages in the budget book that touch on room tax. So on the revenue side, we're seeing three big factors that are reducing our overall revenue from hotel room occupancy tax going into 2021. The first is lower travel demand, just fewer people traveling due to the pandemic and due to travel restrictions and less corporate travel, just a whole variety of reasons at this point, really, that are keeping people from traveling as much as they were in the past. So we're forecasting in 2021 occupancies down between 16 and 23%, depending on which quarter you look at. Second big factor is lower hotel rates. We're seeing some recovery happening in hotel rates starting in the third quarter here, but there's some pretty strong reasons to expect that's going to plateau and not recover to 2019 levels within the next year. The weaker economy is reducing discretionary spending both by households and by businesses. So we're expecting hotel rates in 2021 to be down between 26% and 32% next year. And then the final piece of the puzzle for us in forecasting revenue next year is a lower hotel room supply. We anticipate at least one large hotel will be tied up as a quarantine hotel. We're forecasting it for the entire year to be on the safe side. And that's the Statler Hotel, which is currently being used by Cornell. And that takes a bite out of our hotel supply that we can sell. So those three factors really drive the forecast primarily in terms of what we're seeing happening in revenue. And we're looking at overall, I believe, a 38% decrease from what we started at in 2020. So the revenue side, is a real substantially lower than we've seen in many years on the tourism program. So the question then came to what do we do on the expenses, and how do we solve that? So there are three sort of priorities that the Strategic Tourism Planning Board's Budget Committee landed on when we met to discuss this. The first was to really maintain the foundation of the tourism program, and that meant prioritizing the things we fund that are programs rather than grants primarily. So these are the activities that have staff and institutional costs associated with them that we want to make sure are exist when we get to the other side of the pandemic. And the second is focusing resources on efforts that attract visitors to the county. Recognizing that marketing, advertising, and sales are going to be essential to sustaining the room tax as a viable funding mechanism for the partners who rely on it, and its overall purpose of generating economic development within the county. So that was sort of the second principle. And then the third was avoiding the depletion of the fund balance. And this is really getting to trying to budget as conservatively as possible, to not try to overextend ourselves and have to go through the process of doing a budget adjustment mid-year, if at all possible. So those were the priorities that we established, and we tried to line that up. So you'll see if you go to the contracts appendix in the budget book, you'll see the expenses lined up there as we've blocked them in. I'd also encourage you to have a look at section 2, page 34, or if you're in the PDF, it's page 52 the last time I looked. And that has a more detailed breakdown of all the places you can find room tax sprinkled throughout the county budget, because there are some things that are not on this table. So that is all I have to present on the tourism program.
All right, thank you very much, Nick, for that sunny picture. Katie, are there questions? I see Amanda.
Yeah, great. Thank you both for all that good information. I just want to clarify what you said, Katie, about reducing the staff time. That's how you made your 12% reduction. And some of, or all of that you're being able to make up for with grants this year. Is that correct?
All of it except for the half of a GIS position.
Right.
And that's moving over to ITS.
Okay. And then, but then the concern will be for the year after that.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. So my other question is about the, I'd have to look at the page. Hang on. About the $15,000 put into your budget for county forestry on page 150. And I was just wondering what that's about.
That is something that we have had for many, many years. I'd say a decade or more, where it's a revenue offset by an expenditure in case there is a harvest of forest lands and we need to hire a consultant, we would get the money back. It's kind of a placeholder if the county ever moves forward with a harvest of any kind.
Okay. I think I understand that. There was nothing on the 2019, but it shows 2018 there was 10,000. So it's sort of a just in case. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of a placeholder.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Martha?
Mike Lane.
Nick, I wanted to ask about things we weren't able to fund this year because they didn't happen. Or is there money left over in this year's budget? If so, how is that accounted for? Does that give us any more money for next year? I'm thinking, I know celebrations, for example, that some of them didn't happen. I don't know about the other grant programs, but I was kind of wondering about that.
That's a good questions. Yeah. There's no anticipation of having any money left over in 2020. In fact, all the forecasts I've been looking at completely exhaust the fund balance. So we'll be starting at zero. And that is after suspending all grant programs except for ACOD, after cutting almost everything by 30% for all the other programs we funded. And we're trying to figure out how we sort of make a soft landing as possible out of this year. I think it's definitely not going to be a transfer from 2020 into the next year.
Okay.
Ann Corman and then Dan.
Thank you. So I had a question regarding, you said for Katie, you said that for staffing, regarding the hours, you said it would all be met by the reducing the halftime or transferring the halftime GIS over to IT. But I'm wondering about, it looks like the senior planner, well, at least one senior planner has reduced hours. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, we have 8 of our staff members would have their hours reduced from the target.
Okay, so that's
the majority would be going from 40 to 37 and a half, but there is 1 or 2 who would go from 40 to 35.
okay. Was that elected, the 35 hour folks, or is that as on a needed basis?
It's a mixture. 1 person elected and 1 person was providing support service to the program that was to the tourism program. And so it just didn't make sense to have the staff planner having more hours put in than the support person.
Okay. And and if you can't answer this is okay. I'm just wondering what the general feeling is about the staff hours being reduced.
Well, frankly, I think everybody's happy to have a job. That's the overriding sense. But you know, nobody's happy. You know, one person did want to have their hours reduced, just to be able to spend more time with their family. Most people see it as a pay cut, and yeah, it's not a great feeling for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dan Klein?
Yeah, Katie, I wanted to ask you about the OTR that hasn't been submitted yet, I guess, about the broadband plan, broadband study, and about the possibility of the planning department playing the role of the local lead in that. I wonder if you have anything to say about that at this point.
Sure. I guess, is this an appropriate time to discuss that? Do all the legislators know what's being proposed?
Katie, I'm here as well.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, I guess, Dan, my sense is that it would make the most sense for the county planning department to play the lead on that OTR. I think we have the skills that would be needed to help move that project forward with Fujitsu. You know, it is a much bigger time commitment than I had originally thought as we were, you know, kind of trying to figure that particular relationship out with STN, the Southern Tier Network. So I think, you know, we will have to look very closely at our work program for our department in 2021 to accommodate working on a broadband project like that. But I would say that I think if you lined broadband needs up with the other priorities that we have looking at us right now, it would do well compared to the other things on our plate. I think that this whole pandemic has shown the need for this. I think it's an opportunity at a, you know, it's expensive, but at relatively reasonable cost for getting great information from an excellent consultant, potential of partnering with 5 counties in our area. I think there's the need and there's the opportunity here. So yes, I would support that OTR, and we'd have to figure out how to make it work on our end with our staff resources.
Thanks, Katie. I'm glad to hear that. I definitely wasn't trying to go out of order or anything. Just this is your presentation, and you know, that's all. That's why I was asking. Thank you.
Sure.
Anna Kellis?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out.
You're frozen, Anna.
So what's the
Anna, you can't hear you.
An extensive.
Anna, we couldn't hear any of that.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, so I turned my video off so that you can hear me, but I just wanted to point out that I sent earlier today, just before this meeting, a full OTR, and it has a full proposal from Fujitsu. So it's there for review as well. Dan, I just wanted to make sure you knew that. You probably haven't had a chance to see it yet.
Great, thank you.
So my question about that is, so how much staff time would be required out of our staff for this?
So what Anna has shared with me is they are estimating it would take about 20% of one planner's time for 8 months. And that would be front loaded, the amount of work with that. And the vision is that potentially, if they're interested, TCOG would form a subcommittee, and our planner would work directly with the TCOG subcommittee to work with kind of being the conduit for municipal participation.
So as you've said before, Katie, what would go away from your work program if 20% of somebody's time for 8 months, for 2/3 of the year, there's a new scope of work?
Yeah, and it's a great question. We have not, even though we're planners, we haven't planned out 2021 quite yet for our work tasks. But a couple of ideas that seem likely to me that I will share with you. The first one would be we could assign a staff planner to reduce the amount of work in our municipal assistance program. We just launched that this year, and COVID has made it a hard start on that anyway. So we could, reduce our commitment. I'd hate to end the program because we just started it again to help municipalities. Another option that could be a great solution to this would be potentially Nick in his role with the tourism economy and how broadband plays into economic development. Potentially Nick could spend some time on that, on the broadband project, especially since the budget is pretty severely reduced in terms of awards for the tourism program through the grant program.
Okay, I have a couple other questions on things you've already said, but I'll go to Henry first.
Yes, Katie, how much time are you going down in terms of the 40 to 37.5 hours, or 40 to 35 hours? How much time is that allotted that you're going down?
Well, equivalent to a half FTE.
Okay. Thanks.
In somebody loses 2.5 hours and somebody loses 2.5 hours. So add that all up and it's the equivalent of half an FTE. But you're using grant money this year to backfill this. So in fact, we don't lose those hours in 2021, but the grants are gone by 2022.
Correct.
Okay, if I can just to follow that up, their work attached to those grant dollars that wouldn't get done.
Yeah, so the savings on this, again, it was that Clean Energy Communities grant, which was a $250,000 grant. It was a number of different things that helped pull that money together. The first was the cost of the charging stations. We had budgeted a lot more money in the budget for installing those than it wound up costing us. So we saved $21,000 there. We thought we would have to hire a project assistant, but we wound up using an existing project assistant. So we saved $7,000 there. So it was kind of little things like that. We thought the BEA program would require a lot more in terms of marketing dollars and printing things, and so save some money there. So it was little bits like that. And at the end of it, it was available to us during this year when we could really use some money. So the timing worked out pretty amazingly on this.
Okay, thanks. I see Annie and then Leslie.
Thank you. One last question. I think the OTR that was not recommended, Katie, number 5, regarding the hazardous materials storage and reduction education. Just wondering how you felt about that.
I mean, I think every year the legislature provides some small amount of money for the EMC to do some work that they are recommending that the legislature fund. And so I guess perhaps I think Amanda might know more than I do even, but I was really happy to see they're working closely with Barb and her team to make sure that they're not duplicating efforts, that they're creating materials that need to be created.
Amanda, did you want to add?
Actually, that I don't know what they're doing because Dan has been on the EMC and I haven't worked with this group, so.
Oh, sorry, Dan, I thought Amanda was still on. Got it.
No problem. I have to say, nobody has contacted me about this either. I'm Sorry to say that.
Okay, Leslin. Annie, you're done? Okay, Leslin.
Thank you. So Henry asked part of my question in terms of what kind of staff time are we losing with the reductions, but I appreciate the explanation with the grants. I will say that I am a little worried with more stuff being added in general, just to planning that seem to already be stretched, and setting aside things that are on their burners already. I understand broadband, and I appreciate, I had a conversation out with Katie, and appreciate planning seeing this as a priority, as I think most of us are looking at it that way. But it does get a little concerning if we're adding more and more, and what does that mean for the folks who are working at reduced hours now? Are we piling on? We reduce their hours, but then we're going to pile on more onto them. So I'm just worried about that and wanted to voice it.
Yeah, thank you for that support.
But to be clear, because of the grants, you're not actually reducing anybody's hours or anybody's pay.
Not this year.
Right. Okay. About broadband, I was wondering if there's TCAD strikes me as another way to get that work done. Another possible lead agency. Is there any particular reason why we should want it in DPS versus if it could get done by TCAD? Is there any reason not to do it that way? Do you prefer, is this something you're eager and interested in desiring to do, or you'll do it, else will? I'm talking about broadband.
It's probably between those two. I think there's a great need to do it. I think our staff knows how to manage contracts and run programs. And this seems a short timeline, relatively speaking. They say 6 to 8 months. So yeah, say it's a year. It's a relatively tight thing that I think planning can do an excellent job of planning it and getting the information needed. I think perhaps TCAD or some other entity might then be the more appropriate one to run with the getting serious money in to actually build this infrastructure and take it from the planning stage to the actual implementation stage. Because, this is the first step. If this is funded, it's the county saying we would like to see this get built, and we're going to put resources in making it happen. So this is the study that will give us the information to make that decision. And so I guess that's the point where I think it might make more sense to switch it over to TCAD or ITS or some other entity. We could help with grant writing, of course, but building it is going to be a big project.
Okay, anybody else? I guess I would like to ask about, all right, Anna, go ahead.
I'm happy to, when we get to the voting meetings, as everybody knows, I've been sort of eating, breathing, drinking, sleeping broadband for the last 2 months. The OTR is quite extensive to address a lot of the questions. Katie and I have been talking about this a lot. So what Katie has outlined is what we have come to and what is hopefully outlined clear in the OTR. But when we get to the phase where we are voting, I'm happy to cover this more extensively, outline the background, and the answer any of the questions that you may have. So again, I hope everybody has a chance to read. There's a lot of material that I've sent.
Okay. All right. Any other questions then? I guess I'll hold mine for now. All right. Thank you very much, Nick and Katie and Megan. And boy, Nick, I hope we end up with more work for you to do on tourism. That is, hope we have more tourism. So
Me too.
in the coming year. So thank you very much for being here. Appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You bet. Next, we have Workforce Development Board. It's in your book packet, section 4, page 210. Hi, Natalie. How are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing well, thank you. Good to see you all.
Hi.
There are 3 of us here, myself on behalf of the Workforce Development Board, Jackie Milieso, who's the director of the Office of Employment and Training and the Career Center downtown. And we also have Diane Akalis, who is the administrative coordinator for the Workforce Development Board, and she can help with any historical perspective on our budget. And on behalf of the 3 of us, that's 3 votes in support of tripling Jason's salary. If you're planning on discussing that later.
Thank you. Good job, ladies. Good job. Good job.
Yeah. Thanks, boss.
Sorry, Jason. Sorry, it's gonna take more than that.
Well, enough jokes. Let's try to share this screen here. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, there we go. Good.
Okay, wonderful. So as I said, Jackie and I are both here. So we thought that there would be some good sense in doing our presentations back to back. So first, the Workforce Development Board. We have more of a strategic picture of the local jobs market and the economy. And then Jackie is going to follow with more on program delivery and workforce development services. So to start, we, put forward, as was suggested to us by Jason, a baseline budget and a 12% reduction. That reduction amounts to $22,000. And as we went through that process, which I think was a really useful exercise, actually, we found places that we were able to cut and also maintain all of our staff. So the main things that we were able to reduce were things like printing, our travel and training budget, really for practical reasons. So we know that we're not going to be traveling to conferences and that the training that we're engaged in is now moving to digital and online platforms. We also had a considerable program expense line. This historically has been reserved for special projects that the Workforce Development Board may deem necessary to answer a specific labor market need throughout the year. And we have reduced that considerably as well. So as we went through that process, we have one OTR that we are requesting. You'll see that that's for just over $41,000. That is for 50% of a 35-hour per week position, a youth services associate. And the reason we're asking for that is because we know that the jobs impact and the unemployment impact of the pandemic has disproportionately affected young people. So people 25 years of age and younger. And so this position is going to help us keep up to date on policy. It's going to help us to monitor some of the youth programs, both our federal and our state programs, and really monitor the situation for young people throughout the year. So again, that's 50% of a 35-hour per week position. Just a few things about the Workforce Development Board, because we have had a bumpy road here this year. We're a 25-member board. That's 51% private sector led. We are created by federal law. Some of the businesses on the board are the Tompkins Trust Company, Wegmans Grocery Store, Rionics, the Hilton Garden Inn, and several others. The other 49% are our social services agencies, a lot of our nonprofits and support services here in the county. And of course, all of our education institutions. So TC3, Cornell, and Ithaca College. We wanted to say something about programs. Our program money is from both federal and state sources. So these are the workforce development programs that help to retrain people who are newly unemployed or who are long-term unemployed. And these are programs that help to subsidize employment when unemployment is high, when the unemployment rate is high. In 2020, we managed over 1 million in federal, state, and local funds. And in 2021, we know, unfortunately, that we're going to be seeing quite a reduction. So our program budget is closer to 800,000. One of the key reasons for that is that our WIOA, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act money, which is federal, flows through the state and is based on last year's unemployment and poverty numbers. There's not much that can be done about that because, believe us, we've tried. And so we know that we're going to be operating in a considerably reduced program environment as well. This is just a review of some of the programs that we deliver locally, and this is a segue into Jackie's presentation. I mentioned the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. We have a National Dislocated Worker Grant here in the county. We've had a very successful summer youth employment program, and we're looking forward to doing much more with that next year. We have a Ticket to Work program for people who are in occupational training. The Strategic Tourism Planning Board Workforce Development Grant. We are a recipient of that, and we did work with Nick to manage those reductions in his budget that he put forward. We have a grant from the Research Foundation for Mental Health, which is still being delivered. And we have a disability employment initiative that draws to a close this year. So that also accounts for some of that funding reduction as well. Other major influences that you've heard me talk about many times, our high unemployment rate in the county is still hovering between 9 and 10%. As a result of the lockdown in March, you know, we here have been through 7 months of furloughs and layoffs, some of which have been made permanent now. I just told you about the funding reductions from last year's good economy. So our funding is really based on the strength of last year, which means we don't get as much. And of course, all of our programs and all of our businesses are balancing the issues that you all are as well: childcare, transportation, housing, and broadband. So that is our context. We are able to maintain, in terms of our FTEs, we have 3.85 positions. That represents myself as a director, a deputy, which is funded into 2021, the youth services associate, which is part of the OTR, and 0.85% of a position, which is attributable to the administrative coordinator. The other 15% of that sits within the Office of Employment and Training's budget. So that's the story from us at the moment. I can either take questions or we can go on to Jackie.
I see we already have a question. Deb Dawson.
Sorry, with being muted. It's nice to see you, Natalie. I have a question. I don't know if this is a question for you or a question for Jason, but my understanding is that OTR for the youth services person has no budget impact because it's being taken away from the Youth Services Board. Is that correct?
Correct. So it's before a position was located in youth services, and out of Natalie's budget, she paid for half of it. It's now reversed. So
Okay.
Thank you. Right. That's zero.
So we've already got 50%.
And it's a shift of target. It doesn't have.
Yeah. It's basically shifting the position from one department to another. Excuse me.
Right. So there's no additional cost countywide. It's moved. Okay.
And there's someone in the role. They've been working well. I mean, the individual we're talking about also helped out a lot during this response, and the PIO team. So they're a good contributor, and you know, it's not creating a new position.
Okay, Amanda.
Okay, thank you. That helps sort of answer my question. I guess maybe I'm just not still quite understanding it, but in the budget book, the salary line is going up. Is that, but then there's the OTR additionally. Is there something, I'm not sure what I'm missing. Why is it?
I'm going to ask Diane. I'm going to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can explain it.
Jason, you'd do it better than I would.
Essentially, it went from a program expense or a contract service into the salary line, because remember before, the expense would have hit probably a program expense line. The salary wasn't identified in the budget. Now the salary is identified because the position is physically located in the workforce development.
Okay, but sorry, I'm just not quite getting it. So the target amount has gone up, but then there's also the 27,000 OTR, right?
Yes, so the target has gone up because now the full position is being paid for out of this budget.
Okay.
Where before they essentially contracted with youth services.
Okay, got it. That makes sense.
I'm sorry,
Yep, thank you.
And there's a corresponding decrease in the targets for youth, right? In youth services.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
Should be.
Should be. All right. Any other questions on WDB? Okay. Why don't you go ahead to the Career Center?
Hello, folks. Jackie Muyeso, Director of the Office of Employment and Training. So what I want to talk about first are some of the major influences with the Office of Employment and Training in the Career Center. Okay, yep, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and take my mask off, and we're gonna spread out a little bit here so that we can manage this. A couple of things that I think are important to bring to your attention before we even delve into budget is to just talk about some of the happenings as a result of the pandemic. In terms of Career Center services and staffing, we have since March had a loss of 50% of Career Center staff, and that is the result of our Department of Labor staff being pulled directly to provide support for the unemployment insurance claims. And they have yet to be brought back to Career Center services. So what that means, in fact, is that the Office of Employment and Training is facilitating all of the programs and services that would typically be provided by about 16 staff members. At this time, we are still really waiting on a plan for virtual delivery of training programs and other services, and have not received any guidance from state and federal government. So what that means is that we are determining how it is that we will deliver our services virtually, and we have been, but it means that we are doing that without guidance from the state and federal government in terms of how to change forms, what requirements they are going to remove in terms of making sure that customers are able to access our services. So people who cannot come into the Career Center because we're closed to the public at this time, how is it that we ensure that people are able to sign forms and show proof of who they are and all of the documentation that is required? And I mean layers and layers. Some of the programs actually require about 16 pages of signatures and required documents in order to facilitate these programs. I think we're doing quite well with those challenges and still, operating our programs, but it means that things happen much more slowly and without right now the support of the state and federal government in terms of guidance around that. We can go on. Now we can talk a little bit more about budgets. So in terms of our budgets and what we are anticipating from 2020 to 2021, we have a reduction of about 21% from last year to this year. Why is that the case? Essentially, we are, as Natalie noted earlier, we are closing out two sizable programs, two sizable grants. One is the Disability Employment Initiative, DEI, which was a 3-year grant and has just come to close as of September 30th of this year. And another one that closed on the same date is our TET grant, which is essentially a grant for dislocated workers, dislocated adults. We also have seen a reduction in WIOA, or Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds, at roughly $126,000 being spread out between our adult and dislocated and youth programs. So essentially that makes up for what these reductions, what these reductions represent. So what is that? How does that equate as far as staffing? We have worked really hard to ensure that not impact our staffing. As I noted earlier, we need as many staff as we possibly can. The public is certainly in demand of our services and supports, and especially now under the circumstances. So we have been fortunate that we've had some program operating carryover money as a result of the lockdown. And we also have some additional program carryover from prior year. And essentially that is how we have made up for the staffing expenses. And essentially what we're doing is increasing our staff by one person, one full-time equivalent. That is for a communications specialist position. We think that's especially critical now because of our necessity to deliver services virtually. And that person, that role is essentially helping us to ensure that our services are accessible to not only people who can access those services virtually, but also other means of ensuring access to services to the public, for people who don't have internet access, for people who can only communicate with us via phone, for people who may need, exceptions where we're making contact with them without our office being open to the public, making other arrangements in order to make sure that they can sign documents and so forth. So that communication specialist is a critical position for us. I can speak more in depth on program deliveries and services that we're providing, during this time, certainly if folks have questions, but we do not have any over target requests this year.
Thank you very much, Jackie.
Sure, you're welcome.
And you really could both put on masks. It's okay. Are there any questions? I am curious. Mike Lane, is that Mike Lane?
Yeah. Hi, thank you for the presentation. Wondering, we're hearing things about particularly the colleges having to cut back on teaching staff and other positions. Are we making any special efforts to help those folks as far as helping them find other kinds of employment?
Do you want to take that one? So this has been a topic of discussion at our workforce board meetings. We have representation from Cornell University and Ithaca College and TC3. Both Ithaca College and Cornell are talking with each other and are staying in touch with us about that. I think that there's still some uncertainty about what the remainder of the year is going to look like. But we are in contact with them frequently. And, you know, we have done a series of sessions for them about making sure both all the department heads at both of those institutions, as well as employees, have access to unemployment insurance. We've walked them through the process. And we're also talking with them about how to maximize the shared work program so that if hours are reduced partially and not in full, that workers will have access to unemployment insurance for the hours lost. So we're in conversation.
Thank you.
Henry.
Yes, hello. Do you know whether or not, I know there's this thing called a stimulus bill, whether or not there's any conclusion of funding for your staff or for your office in the stimulus bill that's being bandied about?
No, all three of us are shaking our heads no, Henry. Sorry to report. You know, as a workforce board and as county government and as county administration, we all sort of linked arms back in June and wrote to congressional leadership.
Yep, I remember.
You know, really advocating strongly and aligning ourselves with the National Association of Workforce Boards and the National Skills Coalition for a $15 billion investment. Now, not all of that would have arrived here in Tompkins County, but you know, certainly with unemployment, you know, at 16% across the United States, one would think that there would be funding set aside to retrain people who've been home for 7 months. That has not occurred. And so, you know, I know that you all are connected and having your own conversations with Washington. We keep an ear on those things too. And we remain hopeful, but we are sober as well and looking at 2021 as being a very lean year for workforce training.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question for Jackie. You said you have carryover money and you expect to hire an additional person, this communications person, and you show the line that show the FTEs. We've got, our pages say your total FTE for 2021 would be 9.15, and you showed one more than that roughly. Do you need our authority to, is that part of our budget that we have to bring in and approve, or is that essentially over what we consider rollover that you can just spend, or should?
I think what you're referring to is a change in job title. We had a project assistant that was changed to a communications specialist. I think,
So,
is that?
You called it carryover, so that's what you're saying. That's funding you already had for staffing, and you were changing it from a project assistant to a communications specialist. Is that a target change? Is that permanent funding?
No,
I don't think so.
It is
No,
not.
'cause it's money that we've had left.
We had money carried over from previous programs. The other thing too that I did not make mention of is that the coordinator position, in other words, the position that I came from and am now in the interim director position, the coordinator position has been vacant for a year. So that also allowed us some of the carryover money.
You mean that since that person left, you've moved into the role, but you haven't backfilled your previous position?
Correct, right.
Okay.
We're in process of doing that right now. Yep, Jason.
Okay, Jason.
Carryover is not a rollover. Carryover is funding this money they have remaining from a grant or from other sources. So it's not as if it's our rollover, just to clarify.
Oh,
So
thank you.
Carryover is not rollover in our traditional sense. Carryover is funding remaining from their funding source to be able to be used. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that was, I thought there was some.
That probably fills the gaps there.
Yeah, okay, because, we do approve rollover, so that's a different animal. Got it. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Any other questions from folks? All right, thank all of you three very much. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing under incredibly difficult, circumstances. And Henry, let's just keep working on that COVID bill, right? And you'd think, but you'd be wrong so far. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
You
All
too.
right. Wonderful. We have John Negley. I see John, Soil and Water Conservation. Welcome. And that's section 5, page 19. Soil and water.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. All right, can everybody see that?
Are we going to give a prize to the people who get this done the easiest? Can we do that? Thanks, John. That's great.
In their budget.
What?
An extra 1,000 in their budget.
There you go. Well done, John.
All right, very good. Well, I've done this too many times, so Zoom is still not my friend. But thank you for the time. I'm going to go over our budget presentation here for Soil and Water District for 2021. Just diving right into it, the recommended budget for this year is $336,083. That is absorbing our 12% reduction that has gone to all agencies, sponsored agencies. That's a reduction of about $45,000 from our $381,913 budget from last year. So last year's budget, you probably remember, we had a pretty sizable over target request for filling a full-time engineer's position. It was a $130,000 request that was appropriated in our 2020 budget, I guess. So we started the hiring process for that in January. Once we knew that the appropriation was coming through, we had two application canvassings.
Some information up here.
I'm sorry, John, just a second. Folks in the chambers, we can hear you. Okay, John, go ahead.
Okay. So our first application canvassing was just the 6 contiguous counties. That resulted in no applications. We then widened the search to a statewide search. We had 1 application come in. We went through a bit of a legal questioning with immigration status, and that took us some time to figure all that stuff out. And we eventually offered that applicant his job.
Speaker view.
And the applicant.
I'm sorry, John. Mike, we can hear you. Mike Lane. Okay.
I'll just try to talk over. So ultimately that applicant rejected our offer. And multiple reasonings for that. One was they were actually making more money in the current position. But number 2, it was right around the time the pandemic was just starting. So the immigration status on top of the pandemic, on top of economic considerations, they just rejected the offer. We were excited about the applicant and hopeful that they would accept it, but they ultimately did not. So right after that, we started hearing word from county administration of reductions, going through the pandemic response. and knew that our third and fourth quarter appropriations were going to be cut by the 25%. Our Soil and Water District Board then made the decision to, instead of hiring a full-time engineer, knowing that we're going to have funding cuts, to go out to contract engineering firms within the region. And we talked with Jason about this, and he agreed that this was probably the wisest course of action considering all the circumstances. So in June, July of this year, we went through an RFQ process and selected actually 2 firms that are now on retainer with us, one from Syracuse and one from Alpine, New York, just south of here. Barton & LaJudas is doing more of our municipal stream banks stabilization type engineering, while Jess Engineering is doing our agricultural work for us. So just to give a brief rundown of numbers on that, the original over target request was 130,000. The third and fourth quarter reduction was about $48,000. So that left us a remainder of about 82,000. Current expenses and anticipated expenses is going to be just about that amount. There might be a little bit of carryover from 2020 into 2021, but we will utilize that in 2021 if there is rollover. Trying to get them up and going now. They haven't fully expended what we would hope this first month or two, but they're starting to ease into their work roles and work plans, and knowing how to function with us and contracting and getting work done. So we hope to see some of that expense going out the door a little bit more rapidly and projects getting done. So that's 2020, how kind of the pandemic hit us this year. 2021 going forward, we are anticipating our 12% reduction. So you saw on the first slide there, the numbers on that. That will still allow us to maintain 5 full-time staff, 1 part-time, seasonal, and 2 contract engineers that I just talked about. Currently, we're expecting to run about $3.7 million in grant programs for 2021. That will be mostly state funding.
John, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Kathy. Okay, that works. Good, thank you.
So the 3.7 million in grant program expenses are mostly state funding sources. And as you've probably heard a gazillion times over and over during these budget presentations, is we just don't know what the state's going to do for funding this year or for next year. We have been working like dogs trying to get as much of that 3.7 million in the door right now so that it's in our bank accounts and we can still work with farmers and municipalities and local landowners to be able to do projects in 2021. Our State Soil and Water Conservation Committee is just continually warning us that there's going to be delays in payments at the very least, and most inevitably probably cuts. But they are working at Albany at the state level to make sure that those cuts still keep soil and water districts intact with staffing, and the state aid that affects staffing still comes through. Those cuts may go more towards programmatic expenses, BMPs, and grant programs that have had historically a lot of funding the last few years may not see as much funding, which just makes those more competitive overall across the state. So in summary, COVID has really slowed our implementation in 2020 for projects, due a lot to just contractors being able to obtain construction material, lack of personnel that they have, lack of personnel in the factories that are making the concrete and the lumber and all the materials that we need. So that's kind of been the slow up that we've seen. But we're still working on projects. I really commend our staff to be able to go out and get all these projects completed under all these circumstances. I would encourage you to go out to our Facebook page for the Soil and Water District and give that a like and take a look at some of the projects that we've been working on this year. Pretty interesting projects, really focusing in on water quality issues that still are ongoing. And cash flow, I can't stress this one enough. It's going to be critical in 2021 for the district to really accomplish our work plan to maintain that cash flow. Like I said, $3.7 million in funding that's anticipated from the state and in projects. We maybe have about 2/3 of that funding in-house. So the other third, we're going to be waiting on for closeouts and once the project's done. So we are in communication with county administration on renewing our loan agreement that we've had in previous years to help out with that cash flow. And I would just say if we continue with state and federal cuts, we just talked about the stimulus package and what that will mean for New York State. If that means more cuts at the state level than what we're anticipating, we're just going to have to start re-strategizing our revenue sources because a lot of these environmental challenges and stresses are going to continue no matter what the pandemic does and our economic situation does with harmful algal blooms, invasive species, climate change. They're still pressing issues out there. So with that, I'll take questions.
All right, thank you very much, John. Appreciate that creative use of your resources. Thank you very much. No questions from anybody? Deborah Dawson.
I don't really have a question. I just, I'm on the Soil and Water Conservation District Board with Dave McKenna, and I want to commend John's leadership through all of this. He's been a really steady hand at the helm and stays in good communication with Jason and his employees. And John, you've done a really good job. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah. I have a question about the engineering funding.
Mm-hmm.
So we put 130 in as target funding.
Mm-hmm.
It often happens that somebody doesn't get hired for the full budget year, but the amount of money that doesn't get spent because they weren't hired right away, that's not actually rollover per our policy. If you, by shifting this to contract services, which, as far as I'm concerned, is fine if that's a better way or that's a way to get the work done. I think that solves what we were hoping to do. But it doesn't generate rollover as far as I know. And if this is a Jason question, do I understand it wrong?
Oh yeah, I remember Soil and Water is a contract, is a contract agency in that sense, or a supported agency. So there isn't necessarily rollover, but to that point, and I talked to John about the engineering position, and there may be a point in a year or two where the market is better and there's an engineer that comes along and that may, the funding may still be available to shift to that purpose if that's what's, that's the feel that they feel it's the best use of their funding. So there isn't a rollover like a normal, like a county department, because remember, it's not a county department per se. It's a contracted, or it's considered a contracted or a supported agency.
The contract we intended to have as part of their target, right?
Right, so we increased their target with the expectation of hiring an engineer with support that went with it. There was other support, some support functions that went with it. The combination of two things, he went through the recruitment process, but also some of the reduction in general, so all the support agencies had a reduction. So there's still a good portion of it that exists. And I think, we talked about it, if in the future there's an opportunity or it makes more sense to hire an engineer in the future, obviously they can shift that priority from consultant work to shifting it to hiring an engineer. That may precipitate some gap filling that we may need to consider, but he also has flexibility in his budget from elsewhere to work on those things. So John, did I capture that all right? Or
yeah, yep.
Do I understand that you will end 2021 without having spent the 130?
There's a possible, the 82. So there's a possibility of that, but we're working with our engineers right now, and it's engineering season. So as you saw, the current expenses were only a little under 20,000. But now we're coming into when the engineers are going to be sitting down. They're now out in the field doing construction checks as much, and they're going to be putting a lot more time and effort into that. So, and it's the first year. So estimating expenses and what projects they're going to be working on. It's a little bit of a shot in the dark, but my hope is to spend that all down. But we are keeping that in a separate bank account, and keeping accounting expenses of that separated.
Okay, thank you. Leslyn.
I think I might have had my question answered. Thanks, Martha, but it brought up something else for me then, John, and perhaps Jason. So if I heard you correct, you're saying that, the monies will sit there in the event that the market gets better for talent, for engineering talent. Now, this has already been reduced, or your budget has already been reduced by about $45,000. Are you saying that you'll have enough money if you're able to hire an engineer, or you'll be looking to come back to us to increase that amount to get an engineer?
So two possibilities there. One, the most likely scenario is we'd have to come back and ask in better economic times for reinstating that full $130,000 OTR from where it is currently. The other option is, and we debated this back and forth at the last year's budget meetings, is trying to capture that under programs and contracts and other state aid, but that creates a whole other slew of challenges and problems that you got to kind of weave that person into that red tape of those grants and programs. That it's a little bit more challenging than having a dedicated source from the county that says go do BMP services for the county. So yeah, to answer your question, we would have to come back and reinstate that at some point.
May I ask another question, Martha?
Yes, please, because I'm thinking one too.
So if I heard you correct, John, since you weren't able to hire an engineer, and I'm sorry that you all went through all of that and then yield somebody in the end, you're looking to contract out services that would cover some of the work you were looking to hire an engineer for? Is that what I understood you saying?
Yes.
So, okay. So if you go in that direction and that's working out, then I'm not anticipating that you're coming back to look for a full engineer at that point, right? You're just going to do the contract services to get the work done.
So the contract services will only get us, a portion of what we would probably get done with a full-time engineer. So if in better economic times, we had more services that we needed to pull out of that contract engineer, and they weren't able to fulfill that within that $82,000 that we have as the OTR, we'd have to come back and ask for more to reinstate back up to that 130,000 to either get a full-time engineer or continue on with the contracting arrangement, but most likely probably get a full-time engineer.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks.
All right, thanks, Les. And I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll when and if you have to come back to us, then I'll work on understanding it again.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, I hope you state funding keeps going. Ann, comment.
Thanks. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. I guess it was last year, but I remember John explaining to us about, because of the much higher cost per hour of contracting with somebody, and also the difficulty with actually being able to get somebody when you needed them. So I believe that was part of it, John. So that's why it made much more sense to have somebody there rather than contracting.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Contracting is not our number one end goal. It's something that's getting us by in 2020 and probably going to be 2021. After that, we'll have to figure out how we want to go forward after that.
Okay, good. Leslie, is your hand still up or again up?
I had lowered it, I followed, and now I just put it back up.
Okay, go ahead.
So Annie, I remember that, and that's why I was asking John the question, because then I'm a little confused. So are you saying to now use the monies that you got for the full-time engineer for contract services? Is that what you're saying that you'll potentially have to do?
That's what we are doing right now.
That's what you are doing right now.
Yeah. We're using that money that was for a full-time engineer. The third and fourth quarter reduction has reduced that from 130,000 to 82,000.
Mm-hmm.
We're now using that 82,000 for contract engineering.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I get where the 82 came from. I must have missed that the first time around. Okay.
And just one other quick follow-up. So then is it your intention at some point soon, as the market does whatever, to then go looking for a full-time engineer, or to be advertising and trying to hire a full-time engineer?
So like Jason said, there may be a market on the end of people within the workforce that are now a little bit more desperate for an engineering job. And we had difficulty trying to get an applicant that was going to go after our salary range. Maybe we could pull in a different pool of applicants. So we'll have to kind of time that we have that full 130,000 OTR to be able to go out for a full engineer versus the 82,000 that we have right now. And we're still going to be, it'll be a higher or a better applicant pool, but we're going to be coming to the table with less money. So if that made sense.
I think I'm following. Thank you.
Is it possible to use those dollars and hire at a decent rate, but you're getting 3/4 or a half-time person with those dollars?
You could. I think you'd have to find the right situation that you're going to have a 3/4 time person or a half-time, part-time person at an engineering salary, but you could.
Yeah, I mean, we've done a couple of searches recently and gotten, and had very, really excellent pools in some positions that previously we'd struggled with. So
yeah,
it's worth a shot.
Okay.
I'll introduce you to the people who are on the Zoom just before you.
Yeah.
All right, anything else for John? All right, thanks so very much. Great to see you, John. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, terrific. And next we are up to cooperative extension. I saw Ken Slaughter on the screen here, and that's section 5, page 5 in your book. Hello, Ken.
Hi, Martha, and thank you. I'm going to make sure I can share my screen.
You see the screen?
Yep.
All right, we hear from Dan Klein. The folks in the chambers are lost their signal now using Dan's laptop. Hope you are there somewhere. Okay. Glad you can hear. And you know, so Dan and Mike, if you need to use the chat to raise your hands, just holler out or whatever you have to do. All right, thanks very much, Ken. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Martha, and thanks to all the legislators on this for giving me the opportunity to present to you tonight. And I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the board members and staff from Cooperative Extension who are actually on the call this evening. I'm going to start with just a note about Kirby, because I just couldn't do this budget presentation this year without at least mentioning Kirby Edmonds. We lost a true leader this past August when he passed away, and it's a huge loss for the county, for Cooperative Extension, and for me personally. There were so many budget seasons over the past years when he and I would work together on one budget amendment or another. Nearly every year, we reviewed what CCE could do in the community and what might be included in our budget request to help make it happen. Kirby understood probably more deeply than anybody I know just what the potential was for Cooperative Extension to contribute to the well-being of all communities in the county. And he often pushed me to achieve more of that potential. But he never asked more of me than he did of himself. He had his own key to our building, and there were way more evenings and weekends when I would come into the office to do some work, and Kirby would already be here, working on facilitating one meeting or another. Kirby embodied what we in CCE aspire to. And in my case, there's not a day that goes by that I don't ask, what would Kirby do in this particular situation? I also want to take a moment to recognize the leadership team at CCE. Like every other organization this year, CCE was challenged by COVID. Both the staff and the board of the organization responded with innovation, creativity, and a lot of hard work. There were so many moving parts, so much uncertainty, and so much work to be done all at the same time. And it was because of this team and the very active engagement of our board that we were able to respond effectively. What do we do? How do we respond? Thanks to some alert staff, very early on, we understood the need for quick action to reduce the potential spread of the virus. And we encouraged staff to work from home a week ahead of the governor's order. When the shutdown occurred, our board decided that we should do everything we could to ensure that no staff were laid off or that would lose their health insurance and other benefits. That allowed staff to focus their energies and attention on creating programming and developing responses in sync with community needs. And staff moved really quickly to online trainings. We were among the first in the state to offer online classes. We also identified early on that we had a strong role to play in supporting other organizations and businesses that would be important during the pandemic and after. We pay particular attention to maintaining and strengthening our local food system and the businesses and other stakeholders in the system, while also working to ensure that low-income households had access to healthy produce at a time when it was hard to obtain it. And our overall approach included always asking how we could meet an immediate need for food while supporting local food businesses and while also contributing to the ongoing food system planning efforts that the county is supporting. As we assessed needs throughout the county, it quickly became evident that parents needed all the support they could muster to help them with continuing to raise their kids while working from home and dealing with everything else that the pandemic brought on. It was clear that whatever programming could be developed for youth would meet a critical need in the county. Fortunately, we have a lot of creative and hardworking staff in our youth development programming area, and they collaborated with youth programming providers throughout the county. By the last week of March, we were already providing online and hybrid programming for youth. Our early experiences with youth programming during COVID made it easier for staff to envision how they could safely offer in-person summer camp experiences. All of our youth development programming, the 4-H Club program, our urban outreach program, which serves multifamily housing, rural youth services programming for middle school youth, and primitive pursuits, all offered in-person programming beginning from the very first day that the governor's orders allowed it. During these budget sessions, you've all seen many examples of creativity and innovation, and I've just shared a small sample of what we did in response to COVID. We've also continued with our regular programming in agriculture, horticulture and beautification, in parenting education and support, in reentry work, and in environment and energy. The pandemic has opened up new partnerships for us that bode well for the future. WBNG TV developed a news story in collaboration with us, highlighting the money that's available for low and moderate income households for energy efficiency work. And the story generated over 400 leads of households interested in learning more. Out of that single story, more than 100 low and moderate income households are now taking significant steps to improve their own energy efficiency. Another example of expanding partnerships, during the pandemic period, NYSERDA reached out to us to ask us to have us take over leadership of the community energy education contract for the entire Central New York region. So we are now responsible for leading NYSERDA's efforts in both the Southern Tier and Central New York. We've also been developing programming in anticipation of the day when people might gather in larger groups. You can see the powerhouse there. It's a tiny home on wheels that demonstrates a wide range of technologies and practices around clean energy. It's designed to give kids and adults the hands-on experiences with these technologies to learn more about them, and also to learn how to take advantage of the financial incentives that are available so that they could put these in their own homes. We're also working with a number of rural school districts and NYSERDA to develop a district-wide energy campaigns aimed at increasing the number of rural households that take advantage of NYSERDA incentives for clean energy. I've shared more details about these in communication that I've sent you both yesterday and today. The accomplishments which I've shared with you happened in spite of the significant reductions in revenue that hit us this year. And I'll provide more information on those in the next slide. But I wanted to share a slide first with you that highlights a key point about the funding that the county appropriates for CCE. This slide shows the growth in our ability to leverage county funding to bring in more funds from outside the county for county priorities. The line on the graph shows the number of dollars that CCE brings in for every dollar that the county provides us in appropriation. So for example, back in 2002, we thought we were doing really well because we generated about $3 for each dollar that the county appropriated to us. As you can see, that ability to leverage has grown throughout the years until today. For every dollar that the county appropriates, we will generate $9 more. In other words, we take each dollar that you give us, that you provide us, and make it 10 bucks and without printing it. Over the entire 19-year period that this slide represents, CC has brought in over $80 million to the county. This doesn't include the value of volunteer time, doesn't include the resources from Cornell, both of which combined are average about $3 million a year. for another 55 million. It also doesn't include the money that we have been able to save the county. In previous years' presentations, I've shown how we've saved the county hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. And often those figures don't take into account all the ways that we save. For example, in watching Jason's presentation on his administration budget, I saw where he has been able to pull back a $50,000 OTR because one of our staff, Jim Blizzard, will continue doing video work for one more year, with net savings to the county of roughly $20,000. So here's the budget, the recommended budget. The appropriation for 2021 shows a nearly 17% reduction from 2020. This includes the 12% reduction that's being asked from all departments and agencies, and it also reflects the reductions caused by the ending of ending of funding of several OTRs from this year that were for one-time funding. So the total funding cut from the county in 2021 will be a little over 139,000. I thought you'd want to see that cut in the context of the rest of our funding. So as with nearly every other organization, we've been hit hard by funding cuts. Grants and contracts have been terminated early, others not renewed, and others have had their starts delayed. Add in the state's cuts in funding and the reduction in county funding, and we're projecting a $1.4 million reduction in 2020. And in 2021, about $1.5 million. We are addressing these revenue reductions a lot like other organizations are, with a range of actions, including reducing expenditures, not filling open positions, scaling back on summer hires, and moving staff from defunded positions to funded ones. Those measures, along with the use of fund balance and a PPP loan this year, have enabled us to keep from laying off any of our nearly 100 staff in 2020. We've addressed most of the anticipated reduction for 2021, but there still remains about a $100,000 gap. Our budget, our 2021 budget, needs to be approved before the end of December. So we'll be using these next 2 months to figure out how we'll address that remaining gap. We did not request any new OTRs this year, but we did seek the continuation of 2 multi-year OTRs that used one-time money that the legislature approved several years ago, and for which 2021 is the final year for both of them. Jason included both in his recommended budget. The first one is for roughly 20% of the salary of the operations efficiency manager position. This position was established to help meet the need for improvements in operations in the organization, brought on by the sheer growth of the organization over the past 2 decades. Funding for the position was structured in a way that has CCE gradually incorporating funding for the position into its regular budget, while gradually reducing the amount that's provided by the county. So that process will be complete by the end of 2021, and then CCE will cover the entire cost of the position in 2022. The second OTR is for pass-through funding for the Food Policy Council for the second year of funding for coordination of the food system planning effort. I think Don Barber is here on the call and will update you on that OTR. And before we do move to him, I did want to take a moment to thank you all for the OTRs that you provided in 2020, and to remind, and then also to indicate that I did send an update earlier today about the progress we made on those OTRs. So, Don, are you there?
I saw Don.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll.
So this is Don. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Don.
I'm going to say, hi. Sounds like you can.
Yes.
We
So
can
it's great
hear you.
to be back with you again to share my, excuse me?
Go ahead, and if you turn on your video, that's okay too. Go ahead, Don. Can you hear me?
How's that?
Great.
Yes,
I can hear you, yes.
You can't hear us?
Okay, I'll get started.
Okay.
So it's great to be back with you to share my passion for developing the food system plan. It was just a year ago that I and members of the Food Policy Council of Tompkins County presented our idea of a food system plan. And I want to acknowledge the vision that the county legislature showed in supporting the study of our food system and creating the county food system plan. None of us had any inkling at the time that we would soon be facing a pandemic that would lay bare many of the vulnerabilities and inequities of our local food system. Not that we had any ready solutions, but we were prepared to capture information and participate in the stopgap measures that the Food Crisis Task Force, under the leadership of several community members, including our own Anna Callis, had to jump in when the food crisis was apparent. So once we knew that the county was funding the food system plan, the Food Policy Council created this mission statement. Produced by the end of 2021, the recommended food system plan of Tompkins County, which includes a description of our current food system, its assets, vulnerabilities, gaps, and inequities, and then recommend action steps and policies to improve the food system. The food system plan development will intentionally reach out to and engage stakeholders from all the steps of the process. So during our presentation, legislators urged us to seek additional funding and resources. We took that good advice and received a grant from the Community Foundation for $17,000. Having the county funding made this grant possible. Thank you so much. With the county funding, we posted and hired the food system planning coordinator. Her name is Katie Stoner-Hallis. Many of you probably know Katie, or at least know of her. She's been very active in our community for several years and has planning experience. And she actually teaches a food system course at Tompkins County Community College. So we are very fortunate to have her with our team. We continue to learn from others. We've been reading other food system plans and connecting with food policy councils in upstate New York and across the nation. And as a result of that, we developed 4 goals for our plan. That our food system be sustainable, that it be equitable, healthy, and affordable. We also developed a project strategy for developing the food system plan, which I will provide a little more detail in the next slide. A key part of the plan is collaboration. As mentioned in our mission statement, collaboration is so key. This list of collaborators that we show add additional resource capacity to the project. I will note that the Childhood Nutrition Collaborative has received a Healthy Cities grant, which aligns nicely with our project. So we both will advance our missions through collaboration. We're also setting up to use Community Foundation funds to hire a part-time support for connecting with marginalized communities and food insecure communities. At the bottom of the slide is a quote I pulled from a recent opinion piece in USA Today, which describes the importance of this work and which now is even more important than it was a year ago. COVID-19 didn't create nutrition insecurity, but it made clear the imperative to act. We had now have a chance to give every child in America access to nutritious food, not just today, but every day, and to deliver greater health and equity throughout the entire food system. So our food system plan, the next slide, Ken, has 3 phases: assessment, outreach, and plan development. We started this off with a community forum in February of this year, ahead of COVID, which had over 100 attendees. The current focus is the local food system baseline assessment, which we are using our own Monica Roth, a summer intern, as well as existing planning documents, and the 15 members of our food system planning team, which have connections in various aspects of the food system plan. We're also currently conducting community outreach and engagement. We're doing this in collaboration with the Food Task Force, the Childhood Nutrition Collaborative, Healthy Cities Coordinator, and a soon-to-be hired Equity Connector. COVID required us to pivot from our
Did we lose you, Don?
Oh,
Can anybody else hear Don?
I think he's frozen.
Ken, are you?
I can't see him. I don't see.
Looks like he went away altogether.
Yes, it does.
See Don. Don, you're on mute. Don, can you mute yourself? Unmute your. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
I took away the video.
Okay.
How far did I get on this slide before you lost me?
You pivoted to using Zoom and phone calls, I think.
Oh, good. So that's about that's where I knew I left off. So we did have to change because of COVID to doing Zoom meetings and Zoom connections and phone calls. And this is working out, and we're that's for us, and that's just part of what we have to do. So beginning of 2021, we'll continue our outreach and assessment, but we'll also begin drafting the plan. And this drafting of the plan will not be done in a vacuum. We plan iterative sharing and fine tuning with the stakeholders we've already connected with and our community members over several months before bringing that draft forward to the peak committee and then to the full county board. So I'm hoping this overview was helpful, and that you find this, that you will fund this work for another year. We are on track to complete the food system plan by the end of 2021 as promised. So any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Thanks very much, Don.
I think that ends our presentation. So.
And you did what Annie wants always.
Animals.
Let's include the animals, okay.
I couldn't find that. We have a cat that runs around our office all the time, and I couldn't find a photo of the cat there. So these guys are just sleeping in front of the building. So.
Okay, very, very good. That should be required for everybody. I see Anna's hand is up.
Yeah, no, I just actually wanted to say thank you to all of my colleagues for supporting this last year. It's not an easy thing to support because it feels very overwhelming and amorphous, but that's the nature of the food system, that it has the food producers and consumers, distribution, the healthcare components. There's so many players involved in this. And so it can sometimes, feel hard to, understand where we're going. And I just want to applaud the group, Don, your whole group, as well. I've been meeting with Katie, and what she is doing is Herculean. She's doing about 4 people's jobs in one. And that's what we're funding with this. So they have been able to uncover, a lot of what is happening right now with the food crisis increasing. It couldn't have been more timely. So I just want to say thank you, and I hope everyone supports that again this year. It seems that it's a really great project.
Thank you, Anna.
Thanks, Anna. Amanda's next.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Ken, for the presentation and all the details that you gave about the great programs. And I also wanted to note how many of the board and staff, both of our co-presidents are here, and I think that shows the level of support and care that people have about this organization. So thank you all for showing up this year.
Thanks, Amanda. There are a lot of names on here that we don't usually. It's great to see everybody.
Yeah, it's actually almost a full board meeting, so we might have quorum.
Henry Granison.
Yes, Ken, thank you for the information. I was wondering about the Energy Warriors program and why you're shifting it to another department.
So Energy Warriors was a program that was funded by the Office for Children and Family Services, New York State agency, working with juvenile detention centers, basically across the state, both for boys and girls. And that funding was scheduled to end this year. I mean, it's been going on for 4 or 5 years, and then they ended it early because of COVID. And so we had anticipated we've already been looking for a way to actually change it slightly to make it something that would be in line with what was happening here locally for in particular with youth. But since as the change happened, as we got the word that the contract was being ended early, we then began talking with a wide variety of folks. Aloja began talking with quite a few different folks in the county to see how we might actually get something going here. So that's why it's currently being there. There's a collaboration taking place that Rich John's been quite involved with Finger Lakes Reuse. There's some really good opportunities for Finger Lakes Reuse does a fantastic job of basically doing the early stage work with people to help them develop both life skills and work skills. And then the intention is, as they start doing that, to start to help them identify areas for work that they might wish, career areas that they might wish to explore, one of which would be energy efficiency and renewable energy.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, Anna.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, Henry, thank you so much, Ken, for that. And Henry, that Aloja and Kareem, who've been working on that project, are coming to speak to the Housing and Economic Development Committee this month. So I just wanted to give you that heads up so you can ask further questions then.
Amanda again?
Yep, sorry. I just thought, Ken, maybe you want to tell everybody a little bit about urban outreach, since we talked about that a lot last year. And I think we had an OTR. Maybe you could fill folks in on how that's going.
So they've looked to be on tap to end this year in the black. So the board itself last year, after the OTR that the county provided was 18,000. The board, we all looked really high and low. We dug into our piggy banks and we came up with another 10,000. So there was 28,000 additional this year. We actually have in the current budget for next year, we're intending to keep all 28,000 in the budget for next year. So part of what we were saying when we were talking with the legislature was, we were interested we recognize the need to actually work to support youth in multifamily housing complexes. And so that your $18,000 that you gave us was enough, I think, to help the board see that this is really something that we really wanted to do. And so we're continuing with this going forward. So.
Anna and Henry, are your hands up again? Or
Yes.
Anna, no. Okay. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah. Ken, I see you got a PPE loan. Did you furlough anyone during the pandemic?
No. We've actually, in fact, it's been kind of interesting. We've had several people leave. It's turned out to be a great time for people to find better jobs than ours. I don't know how they could find something better than cooperative extension, but they have. So we've had several people. I mean, it's actually one of the best. I think if we look at the alumni from cooperative extension who've gone on to take really interesting work around the country, it's actually one of the things I'm most proud of over the 17 years that I've been here. How many people have really gone on to do some really interesting work. And so we've had that same thing happen. So there's been people who have left, and we've had several people who've had reduced hours. So the Aloja, for example, because of that early termination, his hours are slightly reduced. But we've kept everybody on payroll who was on payroll before. Everybody's still getting their health insurance benefits. Everybody's still getting all their other benefits. And most of the people who've actually taken reduced hours have done so because of, for childcare reasons, actually.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We really appreciate everybody being here. If there are no other questions, I would just broadcast Amanda Champion's request for board participation.
Okay.
Amanda and Dave McKenna are our liaisons from the to the CC. Amanda was put out a note saying that CC is really looking for diverse board volunteers, and whoever's out there, you can call Ken. And I see that we have the chambers back online. Ann and Mike and Kathy, welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, thanks very much, Don and Ken and everybody with Cooperative Extension. We really appreciate your being here.
Thank you for for the opportunity. Good night.
Absolutely. All right, I did a little chat with Heather McDaniel from TCAD, and we agreed that maybe a 5-minute break would be fine with her at this moment. So if that's okay, if everybody can be back in front of your screen at 6:45. All right, thanks very much.
And don't use that clock up there for 6:45. You can hear it.
All right, I wonder if we can get started again. Welcome, Heather.
Thank you.
Let's see who's here. Henry, the Chambers is back. Hello. Annie, Shauna. Give folks one more minute. So page 28 in section 5 is TCAD. All right, welcome. You ready to get going, Heather?
Sure. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. I did not include any pictures of my dog. I didn't know legislators were looking for good pictures, but if anyone is looking for a new best friend, Lila is always looking for new friends. So I'm here to present Tompkins County Area Development's budget for this evening. Our recommended budget from the county is $224,768. This represents about 24% of TCAD's projected budget for next year. I just wanted to remind all of you here tonight that our other primary sources of funding are fees for services, as well as investors, local organizations and businesses that believe in our mission. And even in times of pandemic, we are seeing good response from our investors. I think this year we're anticipating about 75% of our investor commitments that we had anticipated. So we're going into 2021 fairly strong. I always like to remind my partners here in economic development, the county, that we do have a 5-year memorandum of understanding for TCAD to provide economic development services on behalf of the county. With that, importantly, comes financial support from the county. That 5-year agreement, we established a set amount with a 2% increase every year. And those funds come from the county from both room tax and a portion of property tax. Over the 5-year term, 2019 to 23, the room tax decreasing and the property tax amount increasing. Our 2021 MOU amount would have been $260,527. So what we're requesting this year is almost 14% less than what we would have anticipated through that agreement. With the agreement, we also give biannual reports to the Housing and Economic Development Committee. I actually provide a report that's in the packet every month, and then every other month we'll come and expand on a particular issue or a service that TCAD provides. The county does have some input on TCAD's annual work plan. I will be at the Housing and Economic Development Committee next week, talking about what's in store for our team at TCAD next year. We agreed to strengthen our workforce collaboration. I have joined the Workforce Development Board and am working more closely with employers to try and identify some of their workforce needs. We did hire a workforce staff person. We grew from 5 to 6 this year. And unfortunately, with the financial situation and the pandemic, we shrunk back to 5 staff people in order to maintain a sustainable organization, but still have that commitment to strengthening our collaboration and our partnerships with the Workforce Development Board and the One Stop Center and all of our educational partners. The county also is able to appoint an executive committee member to TCAD's board. This past year, we had the pleasure of Anna Kellis participating on the executive committee. And then in 2022, we're planning to put together a county-led task force to really look at the benefits and the return on investment of your support for the work that we do at TCAD. So at TCAD, since 1964, our mission has been really around building a thriving and sustainable economy that improves the quality of life in Tompkins County by fostering the growth of business and development. And our vision is a flourishing economy with exciting, innovative firms that inspire and attract a talented workforce. This couldn't be more true today. Next week, TCAD is going to launch a new name and some new branding and marketing for our organization. We're really excited about it. We think that the new name is going to better reflect what our organization does, and it will be more recognizable regionally, nationally, and even internationally. The new brand will not only help grow and expand existing businesses, but also attract new industry to our community. Same vision, same mission, new name. So stay tuned for big announcements next Wednesday. I want to highlight some of our core program areas at TCAD. Our most core program is direct services to businesses to make sure that they're able to start here, stay here, and grow here. We manage our revolving loan fund. Over the course of this year, we did add a new fund, actually 2 new funds, an emergency relief loan program to support some of those traded sector manufacturers and high-tech companies. And we also added an opportunity fund that allows us to invest in startup companies and help them to establish themselves and grow here in our community. And with that opportunity fund, it's structured as sort of a loan, but more of an equity investment. So those companies that are actually successful, we might get some better return on our investment there. This came after several years of discussion with stakeholders and people way smarter than I am to figure out how we might do that and still protect our assets at TCAD. We manage on behalf of the county, the Industrial Development Agency, where we have been busier than ever over the course of this year as housing and other community development projects continue to move forward here in Ithaca and our community. I think it's a testament to the strength of our community that developers still want to invest here and they see this as a place to invest over the long term. Today at the IDA, we passed a small grant program to help to support childcare centers and daycare centers in their needs for PPE and furniture fixtures and any sort of renovations, including HVAC upgrades to better deal with the impacts of COVID-19. We also manage the Tompkins County Development Corporation, which is really a conduit issuer of low-cost financing for not-for-profit projects. We did assist Ithaca College very early on in the pandemic with refinancing a significant amount of debt to help with their cash flow in a really quick time frame. We manage the Tourism Capital Grants program for the county. Of course, there won't be any funding for this much beloved program next year, but TCAD will still administer the existing grants and make sure that the program is on track for when we are able to fund additional grants. And then we act as a conduit to local, regional, state, and federal resources for a lot of our existing businesses. Other program areas at TCAD, we spend a lot of time with what we call business retention and expansion, meeting with companies just to really understand their needs, to make sure that our services we're providing are meeting their needs. Particularly during COVID, as businesses' needs change, sometimes almost by the day, being able to meet with them and understand and pivot our services to meet their needs. We provide strategic planning on behalf of the county. We did have the legislature, what's the terminology? I think you accepted the countywide economic development strategy in January. So we have been monitoring implementation with our partners on that. And we're also this fall working on developing a countywide economic development recovery strategy that will act as a companion document to that countywide economic development strategy. We provide leadership not only at the county level, but also at the regional level with the regional council, at the state level, and also at the national level. Tomorrow, I'm going to be appointed to the board of directors of the International Economic Development Council, which I think is great exposure for our community and for TCAD in general. And I'm really excited to be able to work with some of the movers and shakers in economic development all over the country. And you can rest assured that I'll be bringing home lots of good ideas. Community awareness. We spend a lot of time on marketing and branding our organization and our community and the work that we do here, so that people are aware of what a great place it is to do business right here in Tompkins County. And I talked about workforce development. Businesses, almost everyone you talk to right now, and particularly right now, workforce is a big issue. Finding people with the right skills and the ability to step into positions that are open that companies desperately need filled. Some of our priorities for 2021. We are the go-to agency for economic data and analysis. We have been tracking impacts of COVID since March 15th, and we'll continue to do that and present that to community partners as needed. We're working on that economic recovery strategy. Marketing and branding, we think, are going to be critical in coming out of COVID, particularly for the tourism and the visitors sector of our economy. So, we'll be working more to make sure that our name is front and center and folks know how to find us and how to access our services. We're looking at a targeted talent attraction program to help bring in talent to our community that we can't find locally, to help support business growth and expansion. The big workforce program that we want to work on next year is we want to develop next year, by the end of the year, an advanced manufacturing entry-level skills training program. If anyone has driven down Warren Road lately, you'll notice that Borg Warner has yard signs in their front yard advertising all the positions that they have open. We need to have a training program that provides a pipeline of entry-level employees into those critical manufacturers that make up a good portion of our economic output here. We're also going to dabble a little bit next year in attracting companies to help to diversify our economy. We've done some of the background work this year in identifying an accelerator, a place where businesses that have like kinds of companies can locate and share resources and work together. We are targeting life sciences industry, particularly in the medical device and assistive technology field. And this is a really exciting project. My staff are extremely excited about it. There's no accelerator, there's no kind of business cluster for this specific industry in New York State. So we could be putting ourselves on the map with this. Focusing on that business retention, being able to meet with businesses individually and in groups to really understand what their changing needs are in the next 3 months, 6 months, and even year. And I think it was announced today by Tom Reed that TCAD was awarded a $407,000 grant to install 17 miles of broadband fiber up to the Cayuga Power Plant to help facilitate an economic development project there. So that's going to be a lot of work for us next year, but as we all know, it's been exacerbated this year, the need for more broadband and connectivity in our community. And when we went out in 2018, we set some ambitious goals for the 5-year investment period that we asked the county and other investors to support our organization. From 2019 to 23, these are our goals: 500 million in new capital investment by businesses, 550 new jobs, 33 million in new payroll, and 3,450 retained jobs. We are well on our way to meeting our goals. Little bump in the road this year, certainly not with new investment, but on some of the other items. But we see lots of bright spots in our future. And on behalf of my entire team, the 5 of us at TCAD, I again want to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Heather. No advance notice. We won't tell anybody about your new name and new brand. I promise we won't tell anybody.
I talked to the news yesterday, and I told them they'd have to tune in on Wednesday. So I will be sending the legislature out some announcements probably on Tuesday. So you'll have it at least a day before.
All right.
We're gonna have some excitement next week. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag.
All right. Appreciate that. That's great. Questions from folks?
Arthur?
Mike Lane.
Hi, Heather. Wow, that's an ambitious program you've laid out there. Congratulations on it. What I'm concerned about this year is TC3. And it's no secret that they've been struggling for students enrollment and financial issues. And some of your projects there sound to me like they might be a good fit with some of the TC3 education. I wondered what you're doing with respect to TC3 to try to foster collaboration there.
So TC3 holds a seat on TCAD's board, and we see TC3 as a critical link to that advanced manufacturing training program, that we need to partner with the community college. We need to get young people coming right out of high school, right into the community college, training into programs that will enable them to either go forward with their education or go into meaningful career opportunities.
Well, glad to hear that. But I was thinking about like your medical technologies program there that you were describing. Is there a place there that they might be able to be a feeder for people that would be working in those kind of industries?
The sky's the limit, Mike, absolutely.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Anyone else? Heather, I wondered about the food BIP. Is that the name of it? The program that you had? Is that still going on?
The Food Business Incubation Program is working on some of that food system work that Cooperative Extension was talking about. The program was grant funded through the end of November. We applied for, I think, 12 grants to try and continue that program, and we were unsuccessful. This is a program that was put together through the TCAD Foundation, which is called the Finger Lakes Regional Prosperity Network. The board members of the network are very much working together to try and find ways to keep that program operating. It was also a partnership with Cooperative Extension, so I believe that Ken is helping to keep Amina on board, the staff person, while we sort of regroup and figure out how to keep that program moving forward.
Because they really had a different function than the the food hub here, sort of complementary, I'd say. So it's good to hear they're trying to maintain that and keep Amina here. And broadband, I thought, oh, we were just talking about broadband a little while ago, and there's, as I'm sure you know, Anna Kells is working on an OTR and working on a developing a study with Southern Tier Network. And how do you see yourselves working with that initiative at all? I mean,
Some of my staff at TCAD have met and partnered with Katie Borgella and Anna Kellis, and we have said that if there's a void, if there is a place for us to fill a niche that would allow us to coordinate with some of our municipalities and towns to move that broadband project forward, we're happy to do that.
Okay, so you have been meeting with them already, and
we're very much aware of the study. We think that it's a really good idea. I mean, of course, we want to know where the gaps are in service, and then from there, we want to figure out how we can fill those gaps. And if it takes more of an economy of scale and putting together a couple of municipalities to work together and do a larger project, we want to be able to help deliver that.
all right, thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be more on that. Any other questions or comments from folks? All right, Heather, thank you so very much. Great to have you tonight. And again, I you know, what you all do is very creative, and it's a really important piece of our economic puzzle. So we'll look forward to what you've got to say next week. Thanks.
Well, thank you for your continued support. I couldn't do it without all the support of the legislature. Thank you.
You bet.
Congratulations.
Next is the History Center, and Jason, I was a little unclear. Is this Ben here taking the next step? Is that?
Yeah. I believe Ben is here. There's
Yes.
Ben. Ben will do the History Center presentation. Then obviously if you have more discussion, I can share with you more on the kind of the proposed transition to shifting more of the operations to the History Center, or the Tompkins Center for History and Culture.
Okay, great. And so the History Center is on page 8 in section 5. Welcome, Benjamin Sandberg. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Yes.
So I can also, I'm not sure, I know Jason had communicated with me that he was going to speak with you ahead of time about some of the proposed changes for TCHC versus the History Center. I can wear sort of both hats right now, so if you have questions about either, feel free to ask me. Jason had advised to keep presentations short and sweet. So I've got a couple of slides here. If I had known that the order of the day was animals in the PowerPoints, I would have included the Ithaca kitty, but I did not. So I apologize, and we'll have some animal pictures next year. Can you all see my PowerPoint?
Not yet. There we go. Okay.
Okay, excellent. So recommended budget, it looks pretty, oh, maybe I'll jump to full screen.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So it looks like a significant cut in funding. I had to make clear to some of the supporters who had reached out to me when the budget was put out that this large cut is not the actual impact on our bottom line. Instead, that this reflects sort of a new arrangement working with Jason. And so in reality, that negative 150 and change is not even close to that cut, and much more in line with many of the cuts that the county supported agencies have incurred for the next year because of the impact of COVID-19. Prior to COVID-19, we had, I think we sort of were passing our expectations in terms of visitorship, in terms of programs, and in terms of our operations here at the new location on the Commons. So we had jumped from in-person visits to the exhibit hall from somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 300 a month. That's excluding programs. To we were averaging 1,000 a month up to the beginning of March 2020, and Each month showed increase over the previous month. So there was a pretty clear trajectory of increased visitorship to the exhibit hall. But again, these are numbers just for the History Center, so don't include visitor numbers from, for instance, Visit Ithaca or any of the other partners in the TCHC cooperation. Our sort of, because we didn't even get a full year in TCHC, our yearly projected reach for the History Center, including field trips, including programs, we were right on track to reach 25,000 folks through the History Center alone. In total, that was, our visitorship was up about that 75% to the exhibit hall. Importantly, we did close out our big move, which was quite an undertaking. It included the items in our archives and our three-dimensional object collection. And the reason I wanted to highlight that is because the county did provide an OTR request for this past year to help with the move, and specifically relocating our three-dimensional objects from our previous home at Gateway and into the town hall over at Ithaca. And so I specifically wanted to target that and say thank you. It would have been a much bigger challenge without those funds. Given the scope of the project, there were some increases in moving costs that were unanticipated that this helped offset. So thank you all for that. Impact of COVID-19. We closed the exhibit hall, paused in-person programs, and did some restructuring to sort of rise to both the health and economic challenges posed by the pandemic. Across the board, we lost roughly 30% of our income, and I'm hoping it stays at that number. There are challenges, the challenge isn't behind us yet, and we have seen some mixed bags in terms of individual philanthropy, and if we realize some of the more dire projections for the next 12 months, that might that number might increase. Thankfully, I do have good news, and that we've recouped a big portion of those financial losses. We were lucky to receive 2 significant relief grants that totaled almost $100,000 from both state organization and federal organization. I don't know how much credit there is to be taken for that, because given the wide need for museums and cultural institutions, it was a little bit of a grab bag in terms of who got awards, but we definitely came out really lucky and really grateful. I think those relief funds from sources outside of our community have enabled us at the History Center to help support the other organizations in the TCHC collaborative. The Visitor Center did just reopen a week or so ago, but we had been able to reopen at the end of July, beginning of August, and so we had been helping the Visitor Center fulfill some of their visitor functions in downtown Ithaca until they were able to reopen here. And that was only made possible because of these external relief sources. Looking to the next slide here, we were able to pivot much of our programming successfully. We launched 2 purposeful archival documentation efforts, both documenting the impact of COVID-19 in Tompkins County, but then also documenting the impact of the Black Lives Matter rally and ongoing racial justice struggle. Both of those efforts represent the first proactive archival collections that we've done as an institution, and really during what is clearly a watershed year in our local history. We have been sort of more important than ever in preserving and documenting the ginormous impacts across the community. Our numbers don't even compare to where they were ahead of time, and that's pretty standard across museums and historical societies in New York State. I've been pleasantly surprised with the that we've been able to fulfill most of our appointments at the History Center. But the way that we have structured our visitation now is, regardless of whether you're coming by yourself or coming with your social pod, you know, your significant other, and your 15 kids, you get the exhibit hall to yourself. And so that is how we felt we could deliver a safe experience for the community and for visitors alike. But it does impact the number of people we reach in person. However, we have pivoted to providing a lot of virtual and digital resources for the community. So highlighting programs like History Forge. I know we have a sort of something that I am personally going to go do because it sounds and looks like a lot of fun, but we're working with John Wurtis up at Grove Cemetery at the end of the month to do a kids scavenger hunt in the cemetery. But we have designed that program because of capacity limits. We could only work with so many youth, but we've designed the program so it can be done at any cemetery. And we're encouraging families and kids that is an alternative or a supplement to some of the usual Halloween activities that can be done safely in the time of COVID. As I alluded to earlier, that challenges will remain, including our staff capacity. We rely a lot on our volunteers, and as you might imagine, many of our volunteers fall into demographics that are most at risk for serious complications if they catch COVID. So we have been able to engage with them virtually, but we really miss having them in person. We also utilize the New York Workshare programs and some reduced time flexibility because of family obligations of staff who have had to care for kids who weren't in school or had other health complications. And so we've been really flexible to find something that works with everybody. We are continuing to use New York Workshare for some employees through the end of 2020, but at this time we anticipate having staff back in full capacity by January 2021. The one exception is our primary youth educator did transition into another job. And just with the amount of uncertainty that remains around our finances, we've held off on rehiring that position until I have the ability to predict and plan beyond 6 and 8 weeks. We did last year, the budget that was our fiscal year at the History Center runs July to June. And last year, the board had passed a deficit right in advance of me coming on. As a team, we were able to reduce that deficit by over half, which was quite a feat running into the pandemic at the end of our fiscal year. And in this fiscal year, from July 2020 through June 19, we again passed a smaller deficit in line with what we had the previous year. But already we have made up 75% of that income, 75% of that deficit in unplanned revenue through some creative fundraising and some programs that we weren't sure we were going to be able to do, so weren't included in the budget. So there's a real chance of finishing in the black this year, which unfortunately will be the exception for cultural institutions. The sort of final two thoughts before I'd love to take questions from all of you. One, I really can't commend and thank my gratitude to you all enough for the testing that the legislature made available to Tompkins County residents. That was the key for us being able to reopen safely, to be able to welcome back docents, and to be a space for both community members to visit and for folks traveling from out of our county to be able to know that our frontline staff who engage with the public in that capacity, to be able to get them tested regularly has been the difference in us operating safely and being open and remaining closed. So thank you for that. And then cultural institutions broadly, I'm real worried about them, not just in our community, but across the United States. The American Alliance for Museums, in their presentation to Congress, said that they anticipate 30% of American museums closing permanently because of the pandemic. And we aren't even performing arts organizations like theaters and live music. And both of those, I have even more sort of dread and trepidation of what our future looks like without cultural institutions. We're lucky here that many of ours have been resilient, and I've seen such creativity and innovation, but that the future is uncertain. So
that's an understatement, Ben. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank you for getting the doors open and keeping them open and working with your staff and the community. We really appreciate it. If you want to take the slides off so we can see each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, as my second career, I'm on my fourth career. My second career was in science museums and children's museums. And the idea of trying to keep those places clean and safe is mind-boggling. So thank you for what you're doing. Rich John.
I just wanted to commend Ben, not only for his work on behalf of the History Center, but the Tompkins Center for History and Culture. He really has stepped in a lot of different ways. And I just wanted to mention to everybody, he mentioned innovative fundraising. Ben did a 24-hour bike ride around the county, blogging, live streaming from different historical points, day and night for the whole time. It was a really impressive sort of put together, let's do a fundraiser, and he pulled it off. It was really fun.
That sounds great. Terrific. Any other questions or comments? And before I put Jason on the spot. All right, Jason, would you help us then with it seems like a good time to get a better sense of what you're talking about for TCC.
Yeah, so I'll just second what Rich said. Ben's been great to work with. He's done things at both our facility and the History Center and working with all of the nonprofits there. So we've been in communication pretty regularly throughout all of this, which I attribute to him and keeping us up to date. So I appreciate that. This kind of started as we recognized, there's financial challenges on everyone's part. We tried to see, where are there areas to save money, where are there areas to save time. And in talking with Ben, and Rich has been part of these conversations as well, about their role in the Tompkins Center for History and Culture and how he really plays a very active role in the communication and a lot of the legwork, a lot of the organization, use of space, connection and communication with the existing members and tenants. It seemed to be a natural fit that we are acting as kind of an additional step and at times a time delay in getting things done, easy things at the facility that could easily be managed by Ben in the History Center. And as we kind of went through some of those things, we really identified he's doing a lot of it already, and if anything, we're getting in the way. So we kind of talked about, is there really a better operating arrangement? The one thing we do is we do collect the rent. It's not a huge task, but it's done by a position that is being proposed to being eliminated in the organization. That's the risk manager and contract manager. But it doesn't necessarily need to be us collecting the rent because leases are already in place. It also kind of, as we started to talk about it, we started to realize the history, ironically, the history behind the History Center is that, we provided them funding for their housing, for their rent. And that was over at I forget the name of the facility, but thank you, Gary. And obviously that changed. Well, it continued, but it kind of took a twist in a different way in that we not only their rent not only increased, but it was us increasing the rent. So we gave them more money to give back to us. And it was a predominant part of the Tompkins Center for History and Culture's budget, that a big portion of it was rent from the History Center, of which we gave them. So we would give them money and then they would give it back to us. And then they were doing a lot of the work and the day-to-day operations. So it kind of didn't make a lot of sense. So as we talked about how we could maybe streamline this and make it easier, I suggested, and we talked through, why don't we have an operating agreement with the History Center where there are certain responsibilities that can be spelled out that they can continue to manage and do without unnecessarily our involvement, but there are still some fallback safety positions that we can fill through this process. So what I want to do is share a screen with you, if it's all right. All right, can you see that screen? It should just be empty and it says Tompkins Center for History and Culture.
Yes.
So this is the 2020 budget, expenditures and revenues. As you remember, we created an enterprise fund to do this, where we would take in the rents and then we would create a budget and we would pay these bills and have some limited experience with it. Now, obviously this year was a little different. They got in a little late and then obviously COVID hit. But the cleaning services was a contract service, insurance. These were all kind of guesses as we were going through the process. And this was the total cost of about $195,000. And there was some contingency and there was some reserve. Building maintenance services, we felt there may be a need for building maintenance services, or they would be our services that we would be charging against it. And then some basics of utilities and so on and so forth. And the rent was broken up.
Jason, this is in your books, page 193, it's in section 4.
Yes, okay. This number should balance out there, 195,500. Revenues are broken into really 3 categories. There's the History Center payment, which is really the money we give them to give to us. And then the other rents, which are made up of the other tenants. And then the small rent that was negotiated with Tompkins Bank when we bought the building, and they have a certain time frame for the kiosks. So basically, as you can see, a little more revenues but for the most part, it's a balanced budget of 195,000 expenditures, 195 and change for revenues. So that's the way the budget is set up now. Of this, the total county contribution, meaning the money we give to the History Center to give back, we give to them to give back to us, is about 151. As part of what at that time, or the current year, part of the annual target that we would provide to them. As we went through this, we have some more real, some more realistic numbers based on some experience over the past past year or so, or 10 to 11 months. And what we did is we said, well, if this would really be the budget absent of us managing it, but what if the History Center were to manage it? This would be roughly the costs related to managing the facility, meaning cleaning services would still be contracted, electric, heat, water, sewer, some basic building and grounds repair, maintenance services, which we would attribute to the History Center, and then some contingency. So basically a budget of about $101,000, $102,000 could be the new budget if the History Center were to manage it, with 2 pieces of it being taken out. And I'll talk about how we would continue to contribute to that. Under this arrangement, rent would still stay the same for the other tenants, but there would be a gap a little bit here in this 56,000 mark. This would be the gap that essentially we would fill to balance this budget on behalf of the History Center. Whoops. And then the other elements that we would continue to pay would be an annual contribution into a reserve, because we would still retain capital responsibility over the building, and then an annual insurance cost for to protect the building if there were any major damages to it. Under this scenario, we cut out, essentially what we're doing is providing the space to the History Center at a very reduced rent, or a rent-free in exchange for maintenance and in terms of management of the facility and management of the tenants and being a coordinator of the facility. And our total contribution under this scenario is roughly $91,000. So it's a savings to us as a county, while we're still contributing to a reserve, still making sure we have insurance, and also relieving us of some day-to-day operational responsibilities that I don't think we really need to have in order for the facility to continue to operate effectively. Some of the things that we talked about that we would want to ensure are identified in an operating agreement, obviously be the relationship between the history and the county, and identifying what that relationship is. There would be a threshold for what maintenance and capital improvements are. So typically, in sometimes an operating agreement, there are door handles are typically maintenance issues where maybe roof repairs can be capital expenditures. So we would identify this relationship in terms of thresholds, because the difference between maintenance and capital improvements. A term relationship, meaning how long would it be? Financial security for the History Center, meaning to ensure that there wouldn't be any ability for them to be upside down in this relationship, which would probably talk about checks and balances with rent collection and ensuring that the other tenants are paying the rent. Liability responsibility would be spelled out. Simple things like resolving keys, HVAC, and telephone internet connections. Rent collection process and accountability, that kind of goes back hand in hand with the checks and balances. Emergency response to facility issues. So I think one of the key pieces that we probably do provide is if there is a midnight or middle of the night or weekend issue, a maintenance issue that's a little bit more than a basic maintenance issue. So for example, I think we had a leak in the roof this spring or this summer where Ben was able to contact Rel or Alan, and we were able to respond to it in real time, be able to put a quick patch there and then come back later and figure out what the responsibility was. So I think that type of continued response is something we could support building, because it is still our asset, but we would have the capacity to manage something probably more than what the History Center would be. An annual maintenance and a capital review, meaning doing it annually. Maintain our relationship in the governance model that's there, and obviously some formal review after the first few years to see how the relationship could work. In essence, what we're talking about doing, I missed that before. I just want to make sure we got that in there too. I think in essence, what we're talking about doing is essentially having the History Center act as the super, or act as the operator of the facility for us on our behalf. And this budget would allow them to do so successfully, with us continuing to set aside funding and capital improvements that will come down the road. Obviously, there's been a significant investment in the facility over the past year and a half. Anticipate any major improvements needed in any near future, but as we continue to build a reserve, we'll have some funds available to offset any capital improvements that need to be done, and we would be able to identify them as part of a capital planning exercise that we would review annually and update, so that there aren't any surprises in this in the process. So that's pretty much the gist of it. Essentially, it is really, if the budget were to be adopted to this, I would envision us working out an operating agreement, between now and the end of the year to come back to the legislature to execute, identify a lot of these issues that we've identified in the operating agreement, and probably some more to come up if we were to ever get into it. That's the gist of it. It does save us a little bit of money. I think it does save us some time on our end. I also think it's staff capacity, and I also think it provides a more responsive need and a better response to the tenants in the facility, which I think for the most part they're getting now. Let me put it that way. I think a lot of it by Ben and the History Center. So that's really the gist of what I have. I don't know. I'll ask Ben and Rich if they have anything to add to it. I've had several conversations over the past month and a half or so, 2 months about it.
Sure, Ben and Rich. Go ahead, Rich.
I really do think this makes sense. Jason has advocated this, and when we really looked at it, it's not changing the money that much because we're paying them to pay us. But also, I think in terms of management of the center, Ben's there. He seems to be doing what we're looking forward to right now anyway. And if it doesn't work, we change it. Ben and I have had that conversation. So I'm very comfortable with this arrangement.
Ben, is there anything you wanted to add?
Probably just that Dana would appreciate hearing from me less.
All right, Deborah Dawson.
Yeah, can you go back to the little budget thing
Sure.
you have up on the screen, Jason, please? Yeah, that one. So I'm trying to understand, we're in essence waiving the entire $151,000 in rent, and the $56,000 number in the box on the right is the money that we're putting in. Okay, and that's how you're getting to 91,000.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the History
Yeah.
Center is
Sorry, yeah.
basically not paying rent.
The 35 plus the 56 equals the 91, correct. I'm sorry.
Right.
I left that out.
So they're providing services
Yes.
in lieu of rent. Okay, thank you. It does make sense.
Okay.
Can I ask a question while this slide is still up?
Sure. Then Annie. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Thanks, appreciate it. So I see 2020 insurance is $20,000. 2021, it's listed as $5,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start with that one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so this was the 2020 budget that was created at the end of 19. After we went through the process of getting insurance, the price came down. So our estimate was well off when we put the budget together.
Very good, thank you. How about the large change in the contribution reserve? It's going from 50,000 to 30,000.
Yes, that was just, and reviewing this, that was my suggestion or recommendation. Obviously, if we wanted to increase this, it would just decrease the savings to the county. So we could increase this over time. We could increase it initially. There was no, there's no set amount for anything. It was just a discretionary call on my part.
Thank you.
Annie Corman?
Thank you. Could you go to the slide after this one? There you go. So, no, you had it correctly.
This one?
Yes, thank you. If you could just leave that up there. So I had a question regarding, so for maintenance, the History Center would do routine maintenance, loose doorknobs, repair to a doorknob type of thing. And then if it got beyond that, the county would be doing that or just paying for it?
I think there's a discussion that we would have to determine what that threshold is, Annie. And it's probably identifying, what do we consider to be routine maintenance? What can we identify would be considered a maintenance repair or replacement versus a capital repair or replacement? I think it's just a conversation. I've been a part of these types of, similar type of operating agreements in the past. I think you try to do the best you can to identify whether it's a cost threshold or whether it's an issue threshold, and then you try to incorporate that into the agreement, understanding that there's not always going to be an exact, a match on everything. So you try to talk through and identify as much as you can, which would be considered capital costs versus maintenance costs. But
Okay.
your example of, yes, door handles would be a maintenance issue. If there was a major roof repair, we would probably consider that a capital issue. Some infrastructure related to it would be a capital issue. HVAC capital issue. We probably also want to talk about maintenance agreements and how that's incorporated into the operating budget. So that, and there would be coordinated. It would have to be coordination with us on the annual maintenance of, say, the HVAC units, those types of things.
Okay, and then maybe this question would be for Ben. Is it Ben or Benjamin?
It's only Benjamin when my mom's angry at me. So Ben.
Okay. I think we're in good terms right now. So Ben, just wondering, will you have to hire additional staff to do maintenance?
It'll be a mix. Much of the maintenance I've been doing myself. I was a technical director in a previous lifetime, and so ran a full production shop. And so know my way around doing basic maintenance. At things that are a little bit higher of a threshold, there are funds to support hiring someone to come in and do small gigs. And then, like Jason was saying, that we hit a certain level of project or threshold that really qualifies more as a capital improvement, that we would at least have the discussion with Jason and facilities staff about what the appropriate steps are.
Sure. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to tell Kathy and the other clerks that I couldn't help it when I was in the legislative offices the other day. I did fix the hinge to a cabinet to the left of the legislator mailboxes. I couldn't help it. So I hear you. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Jason, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to go back to the other slide.
Okay.
Budget
Sorry.
slide, the boring budget slide.
That's all right.
So I don't, did you say you've sent this to us? Or is this?
This is in the budget document. Well, actually, this is in the budget document because the actual expenditures is really managed by the History Center. What is in the budget document is under the Tompkins Center for History and Culture is a $56,000 expenditure, as well as receipt and transfer of a $4,200 expenditure for the Tompkins rent. So what you actually see, and if I could pull this off, I forget what page it's on in the budget book. I want to say
194, yeah. And the next page.
There it is, yeah. So here, is this the Tompkins Center for History and Culture coming up on your screen?
Yeah.
So here's the 56,000. Here's the 4,200, which is offset by the 4,200. That's the Tompkins rent. 5,000 is what we would pay for the insurance, and 30,000 is what we would transfer into the reserve.
Okay.
And just to clarify, interfund transfer is basically 56 plus 5 plus 30, which comes from the general fund into the enterprise fund.
Okay. I guess, Ben, which committee do you report to? A committee of the legislature?
I have just come to you guys before, so if you would like me to start coming to one of the subcommittees, I'd be more than happy to.
I think it's Geo.
Is it Geo?
Okay. Has Geo, it seems like Geo has not had a discussion about this before. Okay. So everything that's in the budget book operationalizes what you're telling us, right? Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What about the governance structure? Does that change? I wasn't sure.
I don't think it would. I don't think the governance structure would. We would. I mean, we can definitely look at the bylaws again. I don't know. Do we have? Yeah. We look at that structure, but I don't see. We would still have a participant. Rich has participated in the past. I wouldn't see that changing in terms of the governance structure.
All right. So this. So I mean, this. I want to say this makes a lot of sense. It really does. Is there a reporting? What's the accountability mechanism? What's the reporting?
You know, I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know that I haven't fine-tuned those elements. I think a lot of that would be flushed out. The way I would interpret this would be an operating agreement that we would manage as we would any other type of contractual service, because it's a county. Essentially, it's in a county facility, but outside of that, the operations of the History Center and operations within the building continue to go about their business. Whether there's a incorporate a reporting mechanism to GEO, we can definitely include that in the consideration of an operating agreement. It's not a bad idea. I mean, one things we did talk about is, at least on an annual basis, we have to talk about what the budget is. We'd have to talk about what the expected maintenance or capital program is. So that would be, I would think, incorporated in the operating agreement, so that there's an annual, similar to what we have with well, to a certain extent, TCAD, where there's annual reviews of the work plan. In this case, we would want to make sure there's an annual review of the budget before it's submitted or considered, because there's a component in here, two components. One is our capital commitment, but also is the, that kind of what I would call gap filler in rent. So that would be an annual contribution we would make. And it's separate from the History Center's contribution, because this is related to the operation of the facility. So I think the short answer is there would have to be some type of reporting mechanism. If that's the GO, then it would be the GO.
Yeah, and as we just heard, TCAD actually makes a written report to HED every month and comes in person, I don't know, 4 times or something per year. So Yeah, I think that would be good. Leslie, did you have your hand up?
I did, but Jason answered my question. Thank you.
All right. Mike Lang.
Martha, had a couple questions. Rich, I liked your comment here that we can try this and doesn't mean we're locked in forever. If something happens, it can be adjusted with the change of the agreement. I wondered who is going to be the landlord under the new agreement. Does the county continue to be the landlord both for the History Center and for the other tenants in the building?
I think,
or do we have to get into some kind of subtenancy? And I think that might be a problem.
Rich, did you have a comment?
I can't hear you, Jason.
I did. Just the leases are all in the name of the county as the landlord. So I don't think that changes. I think it's a building management.
Okay, that's
question.
good. I'm glad to hear that. Ben, you were asked about whether you needed somebody to do cleaning, but I'm more concerned about, will you need someone to help you with administration of this whole building? And will that be a difficulty for your budget?
Right now, I'm not anticipating, and I think I would have a lot more trepidation if, my conversations with Jason to this point, then the flexibility of none of this is locked in stone. And if it's not working, then we can revisit it come next year. But that this kind of flexibility, sort of in response to the ongoing crises, that this really seems like a win-win on all sides. Right now, I have a little bit of extra capacity within my bookkeeping office administrator position at the History Center, who is going to be absorbing some of those administrative tasks. And we are already keeping, 2 different books, one for the History Center, and we're currently we are the fiscal entity for the TCHC capital campaign. And we are already keeping those books distinctive. The choice at the outset of this project was to not establish a separate 501c3 for the overall cultural hub. And the sort of pieces that we put in place then sort of make this the new agreement here possible. And so, Martha, I know you had also asked about sort of accounting and reporting. Some of the changes we would make is that the bookkeeper would come and do monthly financial presentations to the entirety of the governance committee. And then I'm happy to bring those at whatever is deemed appropriate to the GO. And maybe that is only quarterly or something to that extent. But that I would say in response to all of the changes in the world, there will be a need, I think, for us as a governance committee to revisit some of our previous agreements, especially with what I am hoping is the chamber and the visitor center moving in and being more prominent with the sale of their previous office space. And I am hoping that I get to see some more faces here more regularly. So I think that all of the changes in the world has really pushed this need to think flexibly and creatively to find savings where they're achievable. I don't know if that answers your question, Mike.
Well, that helps, yes, and I think it does, but I just had one other small question and wanted to make sure you have taken this to your board, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Dan Klein.
Thank you. So first of all, Kathy pulled out the right information. History Center reported to the Housing and Economic Development Committee. It used to report to GO. We're both sort of right. My question is, so I can see how this is an advantage to the county. How is this an advantage to the History Center?
Yeah, I guess it reduces some of the constant checking. So the snapshot that we're working back towards from last fall, from October through December, we facilitated the use of the space for 45 to 50 community organizations that were unaffiliated with anybody in the building. And the amount of time in my schedule that I spent going back and forth with the county to let people come in and be able to use the space. Now I would have the opportunity, again, thinking to a post-COVID world, of really enabling this to be a community space so that someone can come in and do a 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Community workshop in the building. And it sort of reduces some of the administrative pieces. I would say likewise, some of our savings are, changing a light bulb, which is something that I could do in 3 minutes, from a stock that's here, and sort of I would have to go about scheduling and getting the county guys to come in to be able to make the changes. So a lot of this is time savings, and some clarity on our books as well. I know I'd expressed some confusion and frustration with Jason of the circular payment arrangement where you all would cut a giant check to us and that we'd turn around and give right back to you. And that has led to some challenges for some of our grant financial reporting for state and federal opportunities. Does that help?
That does, and I think there's a joke in there somewhere. How many History Center staff does it take to change a light bulb?
Hopefully now just the one.
Just the one, okay.
Old light bulb.
Well, I think we all exist in bureaucracies. It's like this radical idea we're trying to get bureaucracy. So, all right.
There's one more small piece to this that I didn't cover here, and that is a part of the operating agreement is that I get a room named for me that's bigger than Joe's. That was the agreement that Ben promised me. So I get more square footage named after me than Joe.
It depends. Do you want your salary tripled or not?
Yeah,
you can have both.
I think that square footage should come with a cut and pay.
Is that the compensation though?
What I didn't tell Jason is that square footage is the restrooms on the first floor.
Thanks.
And he has to clean them.
Yeah.
You want something people are where they'll see your name often, right?
I'll take it.
All right. Anything else on any of this?
I guess the other piece that I neglected to mention, and I should have, was that it definitely seems like another lifetime ago, but that the county had given a $500,000 loan to make the cash flow of the project work, and that loan was paid off end of last October, November. So just again to express gratitude that the money from the county made the cash flow work for the capital project. So thank you.
Thank you, Ben. That's really a good reminder. I remember when we heard that announcement last year, and boy, when you think about all the things that if it could have gone wrong if this had happened, if COVID had happened 6 months earlier, we would have been in a different situation. This is good news. I think this is a really good development, creative thinking. Let's see if, like, as the agreement gets worked out, the details are worked out, this should go to the HED committee and have, full vetting that and letting people be engaged in developing that too. So, all right. Thank you very much, Ben. We are way, way, way behind with the last few presentations. So, with big apologies to Kat and Carol Cameron and Dwight Mengel. We are looking for Scott Vanderpool. I see your name there, Scott. Are you with us? Hi, Scott. So
Hi.
That we're here, that we're so late beyond where we thought we'd be. Thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thanks, Martha. I'm here with our controller, Rick Andrasic, and assistant to the general manager, Pamela Torelli. And like everybody else, we're all want to thank you for your support during these difficult times. It's been a great collaboration. I know I've been in many county meetings over the past 6 or 7 months, and it's been great teamwork and providing that support to make everybody in the county safe. So really appreciate all that. We're going to talk briefly about some of the challenges we're facing, look at some of the very important initiatives that are underway here at TCAT, strategic plan initiatives that are related to moving to some extent in a different direction. I'll provide a brief outline of what TCAT is up against, and then we'll look at our operating and capital budgets as well. So this is our ask for. Our ask is actually for 2% for 2021. And
Your slide isn't moving, Scott.
Slide is not moving, is it? So there it is. Okay, there we go. So this is in the format requested by the county. We kind of forgot to add this until the last minute, but anything to add from Kevin or Rick as we look at this, look at these next 2 slides?
I don't have anything. Kevin, you know, there's always a difference between us and your numbers, correct? The way you show compared to the way we do.
I think that I appreciate your including these slides because it's sort of our standardized format that the members of the Expanded Budget Committee have gotten used to seeing. So I think it's helpful. Thank you for including that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll go on to our next slide. We'll take a look at that. There's our request, 19,215, and which is 2% of what was 2019's and 2020's amounts. So next slide. So people and their behaviors have been altered because of the pandemic. Transportation as a result may never quite be the same. Full bus occupancy, once a measure of success in transit, is now a thing to avoid. We are up against a long-term trend, telecommuting, which has really hurt the transit industry. As you can see, ridership was down 90%. And even though ridership is down, we still have the majority of our buses on the road due to our social distancing limit of 25 passengers per bus. So we have to have backup and stand-up buses standing by to help if needed. I'd like to remind folks that our biggest source of revenue is STOA, State Transportation Operating Assistance, which is based on the number of system-wide riders and miles traveled. However, to help transit industries, New York State is currently using something called hold harmless, which reverts back to 2019 statistics. If it wasn't for that, we'd be in pretty deep trouble.
Yeah, I take some Chinese food.
Due to the pandemic, we have shifted our focus away from some of our traditional commuter type options and transitioned into providing more opportunities for essential service workers. So I think most of us know about the comprehensive safety measures that TCAT has put in place. I won't list all of them. Mask compliance was a big one. We were the first agency in New York State to suspend fare collection because of the pandemic. And now protective barriers are in place on all of our buses to protect our drivers and passengers. And that allows us to once again collect fares. Strategic marketing was and will continue to be very important. We received some great support, like I mentioned, working with both the county and Cornell on to provide ongoing community-wide messaging. And by the way, TCAT as an organization has had no positive tests for any of our employees throughout all of this. So we will continue to adopt our service to meet the needs of the community in a way that is efficient. We just want to mention some of the steps that TCAT took within our organization to minimize the impacts. They're not up on the screen, but TCAT cut back on insurance costs by taking several buses out of service. We set up an option for volunteer layoffs. We have not hired anyone since the pandemic started. We did not replace any of our open administrative positions. We eliminated all overtime, and the estimated cost savings in 2020 for the items I just mentioned was approximately $823,000. And we will continue to look for ways to cut expenses in 2021. We're going to talk about 3 projects that are important. Next slide, please. We're going to talk about 3 projects that are important to the future of transit. They are our first mile, last mile T-Connect project, our TDP, or Transportation Development Plan, and our cutting edge microgrid energy storage project. So T-Connect is all about finding a way to provide service to transit dependent or low income residents in rural areas of Tompkins County. I didn't have time to get in, well, I don't have time to get into all the details of T-Connect, but I can tell you that T-Connect went live on August 30th in Lansing, and it has gained interest. As you can see on the screen from the 75 plus app downloads, TCAT is on demand and app-based. So potentially this is a piece of the puzzle for future transportation, a way to save money by replacing a 40-foot bus in rural areas with a smaller vehicle, or eventually other modes of transportation, including volunteer drivers. So because of the challenges we are facing, we really have to find ways to do things a little bit differently and more efficiently. So our TDP, Transportation Development Plan, is a process that guides TCAT service planning for the next 10 years. We had open house meetings today. With help from our consultant, Sam Schwartz, we are in the process of analyzing our existing service, find ways to make it more efficient. Public outreach and feedback is a critical component of this project. And the current pandemic will certainly be a part of the ongoing conversation. The TDP is another way to determine how we can better serve our community. Yes, we are finally set to receive our first group of buses, electric buses, this coming July, 7 electric buses, in fact. And our goal is to continue to work towards an all battery electric fleet by 2035. In order to reach that goal, we'll need some help. It will take additional federal or state incentives to replace diesel with electric. Smaller, less expensive electric buses now exist. We were looking through those last week, and that is very encouraging. Those buses could be utilized in what I previously mentioned about some of this rural service that we're thinking about. So TCAT is currently working with Centra, ARDA, Electrify on a cutting edge energy storage project. The DC microgrid project will demonstrate the integration of renewable energy generation and storage to supply battery electric buses with highly renewable, low cost, and electric power. This project, which is NYSERDA funded, we received a grant. This will provide backup energy in case of power outages, and will also cut costs from our service provider. A successful pilot at TCAT will serve as a blueprint to guide other New York State transit agencies and help TCAT focus on more efficient and cost-effective electric bus charging. So we have discussed some of our initiatives and touch base on some issues that we're up against. And I will turn it over to our controller, Rick Andrasik, to talk about our financial situation. Rick.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. All right, this first slide is a summary of our 2019 actual, 2020 projected, and 2021 proposed operating budget. You can see in 2019, we had a surplus of $1,039,000. But this surplus is due mainly to the increase in the Stoll formula group rate increase in 2019 for both passenger miles and passengers and miles. Okay, in 2020, we received $1.5 million from the payroll protection program. And this offset projected reductions in STOA, passenger fares, and the 30% rebate to the underwriters. And TCAT was also projecting savings in wages and benefits, fuel and parts expense in 2020 due to the effects of COVID-19. And then you can see in 2021, we're currently projecting a deficit of $3.6 million. Okay. I'm sorry, I lost track here. You can also see at the bottom, the note at the bottom, the TCAT is projecting that we'll need to use approximately 1/2 of the remaining CARES Act funding to cover this deficit in 2021. So in the following slides, we will show the breakdown of the 2019, 2020, and 2021 revenues and expenditures by category. Okay, starting with revenues, this slide shows the sources by category along with the bar graph. And we're going to give a brief description for each of the revenue sources projections for 2021 in the following slide. Okay, so this is based on our best current estimates. We're projecting passenger fares in 2021 will be approximately 50% of the 2019 total. Okay, for Cornell fares, the current MOU with Cornell expires on June 30th, 2021, and we're hoping that it'll be extended at the same amount for the balance of 2021. Okay, and I previously mentioned that the 2019 STOA showed an increase due to the change in the formula group, and that it's shown here the changes in it. Okay. Okay, for 2021, we're again assuming that New York State will again enact a hold harmless provision, which would give TCAT 80% of the 2019 actual revenue. Now on this one, it's due to restriction of TCAT, we'll only be able to use CARES Act funding to cover the operating deficit for that year. So we're planning on using the projected Section 5307 operating and PM funding for capital projects and replacing it with this CARES Act funding so we can use it. Okay, and this slide includes a 2% increase from our underwriters that we're requesting today. For the MRT, the receipts for the first 3 quarters of 2020 have come in at approximately 90% of the 2019 total. So we're assuming the same percentage for 2021 as our best estimate. And this slide it lists the various other revenue resources, which are small. Okay, now we'll look at expenditures. This slide compares the 2019 actuals to the 2021 projections by category. And like we did for revenues, the following slides will give a brief description for each category along with a bar graph. And this is just a summary. Okay, we're going to go to the next screen, please. We're projecting the decrease in wages due to a reduction in overtime in 2021 compared to 2019. Okay, however, even though the wages are projected to decrease from 2019 to 2021, we're projecting that the employee benefits will increase due to the reasons listed here. Forget about, based on the STOA and the expected reduction in service for them, we're saying the expense in 2021 should be less than 2019. And we're also projecting a decrease for both fuel costs and parts expense in 2021 from 2019 due to the projected reduction in miles traveled in 2021. For the insurance, with the addition of the electric buses to our fleet in 2021, we're expecting an increase in insurance costs. And like I mentioned before, TCAT is projecting a deficit of $3.6 million for 2021. And then we get to the capital. So this slide's a summary of our 2021 capital assumptions. We're projecting our capital sources will be 4.9, almost $5 million. And here you can see we currently identified 617,000 projects for which this funding will be used. At least 4.4 million for projects yet to be determined. But the next slide lists several projects that we want to use this funding for. And this is that slide that shows the projects that we could use this funding on. We just have to work with our staff and our board to decide what to use, what projects are most important. And I'll turn it back over to Scott.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we have a bumpy road ahead of us. 10 years ago, transit was just about buses, and now transit is also about multimodal concepts, finding ways to be more efficient by connecting with other modes of transportation. By doing something different in our rural areas, it will free up buses to provide better frequency of service and better social distancing options for some of our heavier use bus routes, making them a little more intriguing for our passengers. To overcome the number of people that will now be working from home, we have to think differently. A greater focus on essential services, safety, connectivity, technology like battery electric buses and the use of apps you saw with our T-Connect project. This will improve the customer experience, and at the same time, hopefully will keep our future transportation more affordable. We obviously have some work ahead of us. So this concludes our presentation, and I want to once again thank you for your continued support. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Scott and Rick. A lot of information there. We really appreciate it. And let us see if we have any questions. I know you've had quite the year. It's really true. And we really appreciate the flexibility and the creativity you've all shown to keep things rolling, so to speak. Henry.
Yes, thank you, Scott. I was curious about the Cornell contract. I thought that things were sort of in Cornell's favor and that you were expecting more from Cornell.
As far as we know, Henry, it's the situation is the same as it was last year. So I haven't heard anything differently. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I know we've got two board members on this on the screen right now. If you, Dan or Deborah, if you want to add anything. All right, I have a couple of questions. You said you expected 3.6 million from CARES money in 2021. Have you already used the rest of it for 2020? I'm not sure where it's gone.
No, we have 71 million left, and well, 3.6, roughly half of that will be used. And then we're looking forward to 2022. There's so many unknowns, especially with STOA and federal funding. There's a lot of unknowns. Not sure about 2022, but at least half of that 7 million will be used in 2021, cover the deficit.
I want to clarify a little bit too, is that we made a decision, and we, this is a lot of discussions with the board. Deborah and Dan are here to clarify this as well, but we have decided that money, we have money that came in from ATC, Accelerated Transit Capital, and MEP, modernization and enhancement, that we can use for capital projects, as you saw on one of our screens. So the money from the CARES Act, we're really saving for more of a rainy day type thing. And there's the rainy day in 2021. We have $7.1 million left, and we're going to use it to cover our deficit for the next 2 years. So that's the plan, because we don't want to spend it on capital. We want to switch things around so we can use it where we need it to cover our costs and try to survive. So I hope that helps.
Yes, I don't know if I missed anything. Did you say you've used, well, how much did you get in the first place from CARES?
7.9, we're at 7.1 right now.
Okay, so 800,000 you used in 2021, in 2020. 2020,
yep, correct.
And is there no time limit on when you?
There is no time limit, no time limit. We've confirmed that in writing, actually, from the FTA. So we wanted
Thanks
to make
to
sure.
Dwight.
Yeah, thank you, Dwight.
Good. All right. You got somebody's seal in blood on that.
That's exactly, yeah.
One little nuance on that too is that there might be some more CARES type money coming. So we also don't want to just sit on it forever because, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that knows more than me, that we wouldn't be able to apply for more if we hadn't spent the other yet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what Dwight said, yes.
Thank you.
And we have heard in our conversations with federal reps about the negotiations on the relief package is that one of the dings against looking for more state or federal aid, state or local aid, is that everything that the federal government has already allocated hasn't been spent yet. And so a lot of folks in Congress are saying, well, we're not going to give you more until you've spent what you've got. So it sort of argues against being that conservative about using it. So, I mean, I'm sure you're in touch with your associations and your representatives to figure out what's the right balance there.
Yeah, we'll continue to talk to people about that as well.
All right, and there's a I don't know if you're following the developments with the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. There are the Climate Action Council at the state level and eight or so advisory panels, and one of them is specifically transportation. Are you following that at all?
Yeah, there's also a $10 million grant that just came out a couple of days ago that has to do with climate action and infrastructure towards that. So we're following that and going to be working on that as well. Thank you, Martha.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. That's good to know. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate what you're doing. It's there's a lot going on and a lot of balls in the air. Thank you. So
thank you, everybody.
You bet.
Thank you.
I see Dwight's face there.
Now you see Dwight.
Hi, Dwight. What?
Hi.
Hi, Dwight. All right, Dwight is on page 197 in your book, section 4.
I will start I'll start the show. Let's see. Need to do share screen. Okay.
If you're able to get to one screen, that'd be great.
Yeah. Well, I'm sharing the wrong screen, but why don't we just go and get it over with?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
It's a great pleasure to be with you tonight. Second to last, so I'm sure you've had enough of all this. The recommended budget really shows that we have very significant changes from year to year, depending upon the size of grants that we receive. So really for 2021, our total expenditure would be $614,662. That takes into account a reduction of the county share by 12%, and the total county amount is $97,850. A very significant share of that is a direct subsidy of a gadabout. And I was able to deal with the 12% reduction by using some mobility management funding that was targeted through the CARES Act. And that took care of the deficit, so it didn't really affect the rest of my budget. Just want to talk very briefly about what we see coming up as far as what I see coming up as far as grants. Federal transit funding, we ought to have a very regular, stable formula grant program, which, looking at the 2020 amount, was $2.1 million. Similar to this year, we will apply for competitive grants as those opportunities arise. I do expect that state capital funding for TCAT would be reduced 20%. That's an estimate. We'll see what it is when the actual, when the governor's budget is adjusted by the legislature, but that sort of keeps along the same track as general reductions from the state to local entities. Yes, the second round of the fair of a CARES Act type of funding is possible. We also heard that they would probably not use the type of formula allocations that were used in the first round of the CARES Act, and that the FTA would have more discretion in terms of how money is allocated. The good thing about our application with the CARES Act is we put in that we did not expect the funding to be expended until the end of calendar year 2021. So as far as the feds are concerned, there's no extension until we extend it to 2022 to take care of TCAT's desires. But we don't have to do that until December 31st, 2021. Just want to note that we believe that a major infrastructure program is possible, and that could be an opportunity relative to the TCAT facility project. Influences. We do support TCAT's first mile, last mile pilot. It was first scheduled for Dryden, but now it is operating as an on-demand service pilot in Lansing and Etna. We support Gadabout's IT project, which is just getting like the first meetings with their technology supplier is tomorrow. In terms of the contract has been executed and they're moving ahead to begin to implement the project. Not only will that completely change how Gadabout operates, but we have planned for that capability for taking trip reservations and all of the other work to be able to be applied to other mobility providers, such as volunteer driver programs. That's something that we want to work on. As I mentioned to you in earlier meetings, we are now in the first year of the FTA program, Mobility as a Service grant. It's a two-year grant. The first year is development, and the second year is the demonstration phase. And that will be a separate capital project. So that's not included in this budget. We will be improving operations of volunteer driver programs and English language proficiency in terms of access, how people can access information better. Oh boy, that's all over the place. So I'll just put the whole thing up.
Dwight, if you can go quickly, I know you did report to committee recently, so.
Yeah, okay. So as I just want to say that we will begin planning our post-COVID restart of various programs. And that we would hope that we could be able to restart by the fourth quarter of next year. And we're still at 1 full-time equivalent. And which is obviously me. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you very, very much, Dwight. Appreciate that. Questions for Dwight? Deborah?
Yes, thank you, Dwight. I just have one question. I noticed in the budget book, you anticipate a $70,000 or more increase in federal aid, about 15%. What are you basing that optimistic expectation on?
That's not, well, okay. The federal funding source is extremely stable to growing. And the Congress has renewed the transportation bill for the next year. And we are looking at how our formula has been growing on a year-by-year basis.
Okay.
So I see that completely within the, margin of error.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dwight, that reauthorization, was that a kind of stable funding or was there any increase included in that?
It was right now passed as stable funding.
Okay.
But they need to reauthorize the transportation bill. But obviously in the present circumstances, that was not going to happen before October 1st.
All right. Thank you very much, Dwight. Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, if I could, Martha. Dwight, you may not have an answer for this, but it's transportation. And isn't it time the county started looking seriously at the issue of intercity buses? We know that there's no bus station in Ithaca anymore, that people are being left on Green Street, having to find buses there. TCAT needs more ridership. If we had, for example, a bus terminal at the airport with buses going back and forth downtown, wouldn't that be something that your office could start looking at?
A lot of that that my office could start looking at.
Well,
my office of one. I'll get my staff right on it, Mike. I'd be very happy to participate with a group of people looking at it. I would say though that, and this is just I've given some thought about this, but the airport is really in the wrong place to serve as a location for intercity bus service. Many of those buses continue to go west. And frankly, being based, I do in in the core of the city is the location where they really want to be. Now, what we do need to have is some very tailored infrastructure there to provide shelter for and orientation for people using the intercity buses. And I think that that's something that we can accomplish. There is space. There is space for a smaller but better facility, frankly, between the library and the building immediately to the east. There is space to do specific work. There's also TCAT's facility will be opening up when they open up, probably in a year from now, maybe sooner. But we have assets there, we have space there, and I think what we could do is to have a really attractive, small but useful facility put there to get people out of the weather and have a really definite location that's iconic, that people know that that is where this bus service works from.
Thanks, Dwight. I'd certainly be glad to be involved in more discussions, but I'll just say one of the problems of downtown is no parking.
And that's, parking is scarce, but right now there's a lot of parking. Like right now, there's a lot of parking. We have had, we get reports from the city's parking garages, and they're gonna very easily be able to accommodate the reconstruction of Green Street with the capacity that they presently have now, from so many people not coming and working and driving into to the downtown. So we need to make, you know, use of what we have, and right now we have some opportunity to have a much nicer real amenity for the thousands of people, and it is thousands of people who travel intercity.
Thank you, Dwight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dwight, for always keeping us looking ahead, and we appreciate that point of view. It's really critical to what we do here. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Yes, good night. Bye-bye.
All right, Carol, the best for last, with our deep apologies about that it's 8:30.
You must be exhausted, all of you. I'm so sorry. Kevin has provided some slides for me, and thank you, Kevin. There are two lines. One is the county historian line, and I realize you have cut that by 12%, and that's just fine. I understand that. The other is the line for the, oh, you want to keep it that? That's just fine. Okay, that's good. The other is the line for the historical commission. And I think I have to apologize because I regarded each infusion into the historical commission as sort of a piggy bank. And I didn't realize we had to do a lot of tap dancing, which Joe Mariani and Michael Lane and Kevin have done, and Jackie Kippola have done for us. So do you want to speak about the county historian budget?
Go right ahead. You just,
I have nothing to say about the county historian. I mean, I just accept that you're cutting it. That's fine.
all right, so that's the 12,750 being cut.
No, it's not 12,000. It's 7,500.
Okay.
Ah, I see what's happened. All right. There are two lines under the county historian. One is what you are paying me, and that's been cut by 12%, and that's just fine. I understand that. The second line has to do with the County Historical Commission that you established in 2018, and there was a carryover from the Tompkins County Bicentennial Commission. And so I regarded that carryover as a piggy bank. And obviously that's not the way people in finance do things. So today we are asking for the $5,000 that you have been giving to the Historical Commission. And we realize that that needs to take a 12% cut, and that would be $4,400. And and we are asking for you to have a carryover of the money that we had in our account that we're ready to spend. The Historical Commission got started in 2018. We didn't do anything. It took us a while to become, to understand what it is we should do that's most effective. And we have presented to you a booklet, and I trust, if anything, you've read Joe Mariani's part because it's brilliant. And we are putting up signs for suffragists and a little pamphlet having to do with the suffragists, both men and women who worked for suffrage in the 1890s to 1920 period. And we have about 4 other projects in the pipeline. So I have been expecting to use some of that leftover money, and we're asking, I think Michael Lane asked you to carry it over. And I'm not sure I've used the right language here.
Martha, may I speak?
Please.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. Taken a while to try to figure out what's going on there. I had also thought this was a sort of a segregated account, but we need to move it forward, and I will be submitting an amendment that will not be additional money for that, but it'll just be that same money that'll be moved over and carried over to 2021. I asked Kevin to put that on his amendment today, and I'll send you folks all copies of that as well. The other amendment I had put in, Carol talked about, was to restore the money for the annual $5,000 stipend for the Historical Commission with the 12% cut down to $4,400.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, so this is page 39 in our section 4 book. But I guess I don't see a separate line for the committee. Now, but I also want to go and look at the rollover page, and under that, there's 21,000.
Right. And that was money that was first allocated to the Bicentennial Commission. We spent a chunk of what you had given us, and we had thought that it would roll over into the Historical Commission. We have spent the 5,000 you gave us for this year on various projects, and we have 4 projects to go forward, and we're hoping to use the 21,000 during 2021.
Jason, can you help us out here? What needs to happen?
I'll be honest, I spoke with Kevin briefly about this. I think we have to, I know there's some funding that's available that is unspent that could be used, but I want to touch base with Kevin a little bit more, and then I can circle back with you, Mike Lane and Carol, to understand exactly. Understand. Kevin, you might want to take your screen down. Just to understand exactly where this funding is and what its attachments are. So he and I spoke briefly about it today, and we didn't really, I wasn't able to come to a conclusion with him. So if I could just get back to the group, I'll be able to get back to you.
Thank you, Jason.
Basically, we're asking for 2 things: to roll over the 21,000 that actually doesn't cost anything because it's there, and then for the 4,400 for 2021.
Okay, so Jason, you're saying you want to confirm.
Yeah, maybe Kevin, I don't know if you're there, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, what we worked out was that the need for the money that's accumulated in the historian rollover, essentially, is available, and in consultation with me, Joe and Mike and Carol, would like to submit an amendment, which is what Mike's saying. In fact, I saw that it had landed in my inbox. So there's an amendment from Mike Lane for the 2021 budget that would ask for a $21,064 expenditure completely offset by the use of historian rollover. So it would be, had we received it earlier in the year, it would look like a rollover OTR, but at this point in the game, it's going to be a rollover amendment. So that's the plan to fund these several projects that Carol alluded to, and that Mike makes more specific in the material that he has said he'll send out to you all.
Thank you, Kevin. And Mike, you had earlier put on the list a $4,000 request for the historian.
Yes, before I realized we had to do this rollover resolution, yes. Very early on, I put in an amendment for the 4,400.
44 for that. Was that for the commission or for the
Commission?
Not for the stipend?
No, it's for the commission.
Okay, all right. All right, Deborah?
Yeah, I would appreciate it if when Mike files his new OTR, I'm very confused about whether we need 4,400 or 21,000. And if we need 21,000, what on earth are we going to use that for? And where's it going to come from? So if, like, when you do your OTR, if you could, run
I'm
it
sorry,
by
I
Jason.
didn't have it. I should have copied everybody when I was home for lunch, when I sent this in. I didn't. I will do it when I go home tonight. And it does have a list of the projects.
That would be really helpful, and just so that we know what we're spending it on and where it's coming from.
Absolutely.
And I don't think we should cut Carol by 12%.
You certainly get a lot of you get a lot of work out of our county historian for a very small stipend.
May I clarify that, Carol, the historian budget was not subject to the same 12%. The reduction there is because the historian stipend is completely dependent upon room tax revenue, which, as you know, has taken a severe hit.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carol.
That makes sense.
These are hard times for everyone. I understand that. I'd be happy to talk. I'm sure you want to go home, but I'd be happy to tell you what it is we have in the pipeline coming up for the $21,000 that we thought was just rolling down to us. And if you don't mind half a minute, I'll do that. We have discussed and agreed to create signs to go along Guyacono Street, which is Cayuga Street, that will say Cayuga on them, white signs with purple lettering, which is the Cayuga, the colors of the Cayuga people. They will be like the signs you see in Chinatown, where there are Chinese signs and English signs in the same place. And I think it will give us recognition of the fact that there were people here before people of European descent came into the area. And I think it will make people feel a sense of pleasure that not pleasure that we took the land, but pleasure of knowing that there was a history to this area. We also, so there would be 10 signs along Cayuga Street in Ithaca. There'd be one sign given to Groton, and there'd be one sign given to the village of Trumansburg, because each of them have a Cayuga Street. So we have allocated $6,000 of our funds to do this. The city of Ithaca is not putting any money in, but the city of Ithaca will install everything. And in cooperation with the Cayuga people, we are hoping for a spread out celebration of the signs being up. The next thing that we have going is a pamphlet being produced by Susan Holland and the Historic Ithaca, called Permanent Residents. It's about some people in our cemeteries who are here for good, including one named Wealthy Hooker, who lived from 1825 to 1907. which we find interesting. She was a tailoress and she lived in Danby. There are a number of people in that. We are also issuing a pamphlet called Living in Tompkins with a number of essays about people who have lived here and what they appreciate about Tompkins County. So one person wrote about standing in the fish line at the fish truck. Another person wrote about how important the book sale is and what he does when he walks through it. So these are lovely essays about living here. We have also contracted with a scholar to produce the first really good book about the Cayuga people. The last books were produced in the 1950s by Glenn Norris, the first county historian, and we've contracted with a historian who's going to do something very fine about the Cayuga people, and we will bring that out. It seems that that is the topic most asked about these days at the History Center, and we will distribute those booklets through the History Center. So we're trying to make history visible. We're trying to use the county as a museum without walls, which means no rent, no personnel. That's good for you. And we're trying to encourage research about the county to make its past relevant to people living here today. Go home, you all.
Carol, thank you so very much. We couldn't make you stay this long and not give you a chance to tell us what you're doing. So really,
I'm sorry.
Appreciate it. And everybody, if you haven't gone down to your mailbox to get your suffragist pamphlet and your what's the other one called?
Explaining Tompkins.
Explaining Tompkins. Please get those in your mailbox. And thank you very, very much for those copies for us. I'm looking forward to reading both when I don't have budget books to read.
I understand it's busy time. I'm not sure you knew what the historical commission would do. We didn't know exactly what we do, but everyone on the commission is really working very hard. And there's a great sense of we're doing something that nobody's done before. And that connection to place and to the commission members and to all of you, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for everything that you do for us. We really appreciate it. And Mike, thank you for your volunteer service on those panels for many years. So
it's my pleasure.
Good. All right, then I think that's a wrap. We have 2 voting meetings scheduled, and I had the dates wrong before, but they are this coming Monday, the 19th, and Tuesday, October 27th. And planning on a special legislature meeting on October 29th so that we can actually vote on a tentative budget, send it to a public hearing. So with all that, I'm sure you can all spend many days looking in your inboxes for the budget documents that are already there and coming soon. So thanks, everybody. Thanks, Kevin, for keeping all of us straight. Thank you, Jason. Have a
Good night.